listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Rowville Recreation Reserve here on a Sunday, the 5th of July. Very sort of wintry conditions greeting us, but a big match in store for everyone this afternoon. It's Rowville versus Vermont, I should say. And it's the showpiece game for the weekend that comes once a year around, and we're out here. We've brought the crew. Everyone's here. It's a cast of thousands, and we're going to go through all the games. It's sort of like our EFNL Sunday type program, magazine program. And joining me this afternoon, I've got a panel that should know their local football by now. If they don't, I'm in trouble. It's a warm welcome to Josh Ward. Good afternoon, Josh.
Good afternoon to you, Brash. Good to be out here at Seebeck Oval. Love these Sunday fixtures between Rowville and Vermont. It's become such a great tradition over the last couple of years, and keen to dissect and keen to dissect what was a very crazy Saturday across the eastern suburbs.
It was. Blake Tennant, warm welcome to you after a big day on the boundary yesterday up at Montrose.
Yes, indeed. Again, wintering conditions, but that's okay. But this is a great game between these two sides. Tradition is a must. I think it's been going on probably since 2024, I believe. And we're at our turns down here at Rowville now, which is an exciting day. And looking forward to a great contest. And
man who probably was enjoying the victory of East Burwood yesterday, one of their rare victories for the season. But he joins us again on EFNL Game Day. Afternoon, Spider.
Good afternoon to you, Brash, and all the team. Great to be here this afternoon down at Rowville. Spent the last few days up in Sydney.
Yes, did see that.
And enjoyed myself covering the AFL Friday night. A bit of, went out on the ferry yesterday, went to the rugby union.
The ferry?
Went
off to Manly?
Off to Manly.
Very nice.
Rugby union at Allianz last night. What a ripping game that was. And also just following all the FNL results across the afternoon. So filled in the time perfectly, and so much to dissect here this afternoon.
I just want to say, before we get into our proceedings as normal, I just want to say, terrific job interviewing me old man as well. I really enjoyed listening to that. And what Spider does with this, the past players, connecting with it is outstanding, Spider. And you should be really proud of what you're doing, connecting the past players and the whole league. Even I didn't even know what some of me old man did. But, I just want to say, terrific job, mate. And you should be very proud of the way you're connecting with past players.
Oh, thanks for your comments there, Blake. And I'm glad I get to teach you something.
I know, you've taught me something.
League. So
definitely
what was the most you took out of your old man's career?
Oh, just sort of, from what it sounds like, if he didn't get the fever that he had, he would have probably played AFL. That's what he would have told me. That's probably the big one, I reckon. Just enjoyed playing local footy and the community spirit, I guess. That's just what I heard.
Yeah, and we've got a few other big interviews coming.
Yes, I heard one big one. I won't reveal who it is, but I know who it is.
Yeah, and there's a few coming up. But no, looking forward to the rest of the season as we start to drop all those names. But so much to talk about, Brash. It's what a big game it is here this afternoon for Vermont, and what a big opportunities for them, considering a few weeks ago we weren't sure where they were heading, but gee, haven't they got themselves back into the competition?
They have, and we're going to park that for a little bit, Spider, but we're not going to stray too far. We're going to start with Premier Division from yesterday. 4 big games that were set down for decision yesterday, and there was none bigger down at Edward and Flack, where Balwyn have now lost their 4th game in a row. They've gone down by 10 points to a very, very improved Berwick side, who are becoming a real thorn when sides go down to Edwin Flack. It was 9-7-61 to Balwyn 7-9-51, and notably, if it hadn't been for the last quarter, I think Balwyn were very lucky to score what they did in the last quarter, because they were outgunned for basically 3/4 of the broadcast, Josh.
Well, they kicked 3 goals 8 by 3/4 time.
3-8.
And by 3/4 time, Berwick had kicked 9 goals 5. So the game was pretty much done. They kicked 4 goals to 2 behinds in the last quarter, yes, Bowen, but essentially, Blake, the game was pretty much run and done in the first 3 quarters.
Probably half time if you want to be the exact sort of thing to be down by 30 points at half time. But I think Bowen have just got to realise that Edwin Flack is a bit of a hard ground to play at, and I don't think, Sanderson, he's a great coach. He's a back-to-back premiership coach down at Bowen, but maybe he didn't get the homework right on that point of view. I know they did play in a big final of Beaconsfield last year, but it's a complete different story.
I think, Blake, the thing with Bowen has been their form has just fluctuated so much throughout the course of the season. There has been a lot of changing of that team right throughout the course of the season. They haven't had any continuity. There's been no consistency in what they've rolled out. So, therefore, they haven't been able to put the performances together.
However, gentlemen, and Spidey, you might have, I think you alluded to this about a month ago.
Yeah.
You were really concerned about the lack of forward line that Baldwin don't have.
Yep.
And once again, over the last month, they just can't kick a score.
Well, they can't, and this has been the big
But this
thing.
is so un-Baldwin-like.
Yeah, I know, but they haven't been able to hit the scoreboard. They haven't been able to bring players in. They haven't been able to move the magnets around as freely as what they have in the past. And it's really put pressure up further up the ground through the midfield, but more importantly, down back as well. And when you can't defend the ground, it makes it really hard, therefore, to transition the ball and then go and score. And that's what the big, this is where the big sources come from for them. And now they look like there's a possibility that they're not going to play finals.
I said this to Sando the last time we did a Baldwin game. They don't look. I think he's got an issue at centre forward. He's tried Lamont there, doesn't seem to have worked. And to me, they've got no general down there that they can direct traffic at the moment.
Yeah, they're just lacking a little bit of experience, aren't they? Like, they don't have that Sam Durden type, which they had last year.
But the thing is, they've got Kerner as well. They've got Miller and those big type of players, Josh.
You'd expect them to be performing better.
Yeah.
But you got to admit, though, like the losses, I know it is start of the year and it's got absolutely no relevance. What the side is what you got to play with. But losing Kane Turner, they lost Durden, of course. Then they lost Charlie Haley, the spiritual captain. Maybe that's an impact. I don't know. But question I just want to ask before we get to our next games quickly.
Yep.
Are we officially pulling a line through them? Can they play finals?
Not yet, because I think we'll know by round 14.
Okay. I think their big defining moment comes next week against Vermont. To be honest,
I think it's in a fortnight's time because next round is split round for Premier Division.
Yeah, so the next match is a defining round against Vermont, but it's starting to get harder for them. They're only going to finish in that 4th or 5th category, so now the pressure is really starting to mount, and I'm not sure they can win the premiership from 4th or 5th.
Yeah.
Nah, and look, history says that you've got to be in the top 3.
Until history changes, as we know, it doesn't happen.
No, it's not going to happen because they're 14 points behind Doncaster East after the Lions got over the line yesterday as well.
Let's move on to Cheong Park yesterday, where Blackburn perennially, when they travel up to Cheong Park, it's always a difficult assignment for them. And once again, yesterday was no exception. They won by 19 points, 15-8-98 to South Croydon, 11-13-79. South Croydon in the contest once again for the majority of the afternoon. But they just lack that ping factor where they can... when they get a side on the ropes, they can't explode and kick a few goals, to put perceived pressure, Josh, on the opposition.
Yeah, but they did find a target inside forward 50, and that was Chris Jones, who came into the lineup, and usually we've known him as a defender, but he kicked the 6 goals, which is a pretty fair effort and was one of the better players alongside Anthony Scott. But I think we knew heading into this game, Blackburn just have too much firepower. South Croydon would probably only have the one focal point, and they lost that in Tom Sheridan, of course, to that unfortunate injury he suffered last week against Rowville.
Have you heard any more on that?
Well, I just heard it's his 6th concussion, so he's now seeking help from further up to see if he can play again. That's the doubt.
Technically speaking, is it fair to say that his season's done?
Well, I think it's crossroads in terms of career, Brush.
That's what I'm saying. Is it basically season over and career
I don't know. I'll have to double check with him.
And let's hope not.
No,
I
no,
hope
fingers
not.
crossed not.
Because he's the star of the competition. We all saw Chandler Medal Night last year. He came third or fourth in that voting. He came home in a very good voting system. So, and Sheriff Croydon do miss him, and obviously to swing the magnets around with Chris Jones kicking the 6 goals. Good seeing Blackburn on the winners list after a very disappointing loss to Vermont last week.
Yeah, and I think the thing is they've been having to manoeuvre that team around a little bit because they've had players out with injury. Dorian hadn't been playing the last few weeks due to injury. They've exposed some young players in the last month, and that's good for their long-term future, but they just need to get some of that key experience back into that team prior to their run to the finals. So, they're going to play finals without question, but just how deep they can go.
Yeah, I think so, and I think, you look at both Baldwin and Blackburn, the grand finalists from last year.
It's interesting seeing them 4th and 7th, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems like that both these sides, from about round 8 onwards, they've really hit a flat spot, right? And the thing is, I've always maintained, especially in this division, it's nearly nigh impossible now that you're going to go through a season undefeated in Premier. It just doesn't happen anymore.
No.
Those sides of yesterday year that didn't were far in advanced. Had a better group of players. Now the competition has evened up so much.
Especially with the point system and the salary cap.
And I noticed yesterday too, Toby Wooler and Billy Hicks back in form, 5 goals and 3 goals respectively.
Well, Hicks has been brilliant.
He's been great.
He's had a great
season.
season. He'd be winning the best and fairest for Blackburn this year.
I reckon he would be too.
And I agree with that, Spider. I think you did say that on the Sunday or Friday forecast show. So, good seeing Blackburn up and running. But,
I agree.
My issue is can they get the double chance? They've got East Ringwood next week. There'll be a huge test down at Morton Park. So, be interested to see how that one plays out.
Yep. And talking about East Ringwood, they were at home yesterday to Noble Park. Noble Park provided once again nuisance value, but once again, their inability to kick a score over 60 points, Noble Park this year has hampered them immensely. And East Ringwood, basically for mine, are going through the motions at the moment. They won by 28 points, 12-14, 86 to 8-10, 58. Now, I don't know this, but if we're going by what all the press reports are, Stephen May should be back into the side next week.
Yeah, I did hear that from an East Ringwood player. He did say that he could have played this week, yesterday, but if he's not in this week, he'll definitely play the week.
And the thing is, I think East Ringwood per se are actually they've had the jitters a little bit without his guidance and steady influence in that last month that he hasn't played.
I don't know about how you guys feel about this, but I feel like they're maybe playing a bit better without him.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Yeah.
I don't think East Ringwood can win the flag without Stephen May.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's an interesting call.
Yeah, I'll just having a look at their results. Obviously, they're winning and they're winning by a comfortable margin. So I don't know.
Well, if Tweedy doesn't play, that puts more pressure on guys like Delaney, etc. So May, if he's playing, he basically runs that system down back and the ability to go forward. So if he's not playing, he didn't play yesterday. So
are they not getting enough out of Riley Weatherall and Fox at the moment?
No, I think Riley Weatherall hasn't really played much. I think getting a few games into his belt, Josh, you'll get it up for how many games Weatherall's played. But I think it's just.
He's played the 6 games.
Yeah, so I reckon more games into him would help him. I reckon because he's a star of the competition.
Okay, let's look at the other side of the equation. Noble Park, right? One win last week. It was they kicked 58 points. South Belgrave 56. It seems like that. Like I said, they hit a roadblock around that 60-point mark, and the league average is 80 points. Are they going to win another game? And only because I think that the next side, when we talk about them, even when they're losing, they're kicking more scores than what Noble Park are going.
Yeah, well, I just before we get on to your sayings as well, they're the second worst side in the competition for scoring this year. South Croydon's the worst, but having a look, Neighbour Park, they've really, I don't think they've scored 100 points this year.
No.
Which is crazy to think in Premier.
But they also struggle to defend Neighbour Park.
Yeah.
That's the big problem. So they're struggling at both ends of the scale. I think they're really going to struggle to win another game this season. I think at the moment, relegation is definitely looking straight at them at the moment. And unfortunately, for their sake, let's hope they can get another win before the end of the season. But I think now it's starting to look highly unlikely.
Well, they've got Donny East, excuse me, on on Saturday coming. And if you look at the past result, it was a very close game between both of them.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, I think Doncaster East inevitably are going better than when they played them the last time than they are this.
Well, they're playing for a top 3 spot, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to take any prisoners. They're playing for top 3. They're a realistic chance to go really deep. They're not going to let that one slip.
No. And talking about that game, South Belgrave really served it up to them for probably 2.5 quarters yesterday.
They were winning at one point.
They led at 3/4 time by 3 points.
16-11, 107 to finally 12-13, 85. And I know it's only a 22-point loss, and it probably doesn't look bad on paper, but I keep looking at South Belgrave's scores, and they still are able to kick their 85, 90 points, even though they're not winning games of football.
But it's defending, Brash.
Yeah, it is the defence, because they conceded another 7 goals to Josh Shackey, who kicked 10 earlier in the season, or 12. He's kicked 19 in 2 games against South Belgrave since they've gone head-to-head.
If you have a look at it, they're probably number 1 in points against, where they've scored 1,241 points. The next best, just having a look, is South Croydon with 1,079 in the against category. So that just shows they've been kicked a lot of bags as well. Josh Shackey with another 7. Can he do the 100?
I still think so.
Yeah, I think he's still on track.
But it's their ball movement, which is really serving them well. And I think that their contest and clearance work this year, Donny East, has been a lot better than what it has in past seasons. And this year they're seeking more value out of that, and that's why they're kicking the scores they are and getting the results from a guy like Shackey.
So he's kicked 64 goals this year. I'm just a bit of fun here on a Sunday.
Yeah.
They've got Neighbour Park in the split round, and obviously they've got the week off. Then they play South Croydon. So the two sides that haven't been scoring well, and then after that they've got Blackburn. So he could be on for a couple.
Well, he'll probably need at least 20 in those 3 games. Right, to get him around that 80 mark. Right, so that when he comes up against the better quality sides in the back end of the season, that he's got a few games up his sleeve.
Well, he's averaging 5.3 a game.
Yeah.
Which is incredible. Like, you don't really see that in Premier these days, do you?
No, you don't.
Not in this. So the ladder as it stands after round 12, East Ringwood on top with 44 points. Rowville, regardless of whether they win or lose today, will stay in second position because they've got a far superior percentage than what Doncaster East have got, who's sitting 3rd on 36. Blackburn are in 4th position on 28. Berwick move into the top 5. They're on 24. However, Vermont have a chance to overtake them, but if Vermont loses, Berwick will retain their place because they have a 12% percentage gap over Vermont. Baldwin are on 22, but with a very poor percentage.
81.24,
as Paul Uconi would say. South Croydon. Even that Paul Uconi curse has rubbed off on him.
Keep going.
Right,
South
Croydon are on 8th position and 14 points, and South Belgrave and Noble Park hold the ladder up with 4 points apiece. Only split by 10% difference.
Just before we get into First Division as well, and I don't know if you guys saw about the grand finals grounds being announced. Can you imagine if Berwick get a home final?
That'd be interesting. That'd be quite fascinating.
That could be.
But that's happened before. This is nothing new. I mean, we've seen clubs play at their home ground in finals over the years gone by.
It brings the advantage though for the team.
But
that's just good luck to them. I mean,
I'm agreeing agreeing with Spider. Look, it is what
I don't have an issue with it, but imagine that though.
Look, at the time, when you've got to announce these grounds well in advance, and because the clubs need to plan for that.
Yeah.
And the thing is, look,
I mean, Bayswater played finals at their home ground for a few years there. They played in prelims. Ringwood have played in finals at their own ground. I mean, and Baronia have. It's happened before. Like it's not nothing new.
All right, gents, let's move on to Division 1 and...
a few upsets.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Norwood didn't read the script yesterday because they've upset Neil Winterton's 200th game with a massive 4-point victory over Mitcham, 9-9-63 to 8-11-59. And look, I'm really happy for the Norsemen because, look, they have been knocking on the door now for the last 5 or 6 weeks. They were probably unlucky not to get the win against Wantirna South the week before, Josh, and I think this is real reward for real effort for them.
It is, and Paris Harvey spoke after the game and during the pre-game as well when Brett Davidson and I spoke with him. Norwood, and he rated Norwood very highly, which I found quite surprising. And mind you, they have been in most contests. It's just been, and I think he highlighted, it's just been moments where they've let sides overrun them. They clearly took advantage of those moments yesterday out at Mullen Reserve. That's a fantastic victory. It means they move 2 games and percentage clear of Bayswater. I think they're safe. They're playing Division 1 footy
And we
next
said
year.
at the start of the year that they would get someone at home in the back end of the year. And it's come to pass. I mean, the reality is, at this time of the year, these are the sort of days where if you don't take your full attitude and effort to a game, then you leave yourself open and vulnerable. And Mitcham did that yesterday. And they've been a little bit down on personnel over a period of time. And they had that loss against Montrose a few weeks ago, which we covered. And then once again yesterday, just didn't bring the effort and that attitude, and then in the end they just didn't get the job done. So hand it to Norwood.
Yeah, we definitely do. Mitchell kicked the first 3 goals of the game, and really 5 goals after that to Norwood. They kicked 6 goals, but I did speak to a few people from Mitcham Footy Club, not to stare. I just wanted to know what actually happened and what happened. But Josie Landy and Logan Austin were clearly the 2 best players.
Landy's been terrific.
He's been fantastic.
I think Ray Baird even said that when he went down to the Norwood Bayswater game. So that's 2 players they've got to really look into as well. But the positive you can say for Mitcham is that the big fella, and Jake Paranti yesterday kicked 5 goals in the reserves.
That's a
and from the Mitcham person that I spoke to, he told me he won't play next week. But after that, if all things work out the way how it is, he'll play against Park.
Well, that's good. I'm happy to see Jake back in there because he's a quality forward, and we don't get to see many quality forwards. But getting him back in, it does help.
Massive.
It's massive for Mitcham.
Yeah.
One side that you would say at the moment are just they're not firing on all cylinders, and they're winning. But at these times when you're not doing you're not beating sides the way that you like, but you're winning ugly. Wantirna South of that side at that moment. They got over the line over Beaconsfield, 15-10-100 to 15-9-99, Josh. And look, Beaconsfield once again. It's like the little red tank engine. I think I can, but I can't get over the mountainside.
Now, this game was decided after the siren as well.
Was it really?
I caught the footage. Wantirna South also posted on their socials. It was Jesse Warner who kicked the last 2 goals in the end.
Have a look at this, Josh. He kicked a goal 26-17 and then 30 seconds, literally 13 seconds later.
And so the play for those that might not have seen it, so Beaconsfield on the what is usually the broadcast side for us, the shaded area, the shaded pocket of Wantirna of Walker Reserve. They get an out of bounds on the full. They then send the kick to just inside the centre square where Jake Dinez, up against 2 Beaconsfield opponents and in his milestone game as well, took the intercept grab, headed to the clubroom side forward pocket, and Jesse Warner with good body work was able to take the market behind Jake Bowd before slotting the goal from a really tight angle as well. Yeah,
so look, both these sides Beaky are still around the mark to play finals.
Oh, they're very competitive, Brush. So they've been really impressive in some of their games.
They're still in
season.
they're in that final. They're still in the finals race.
Definitely.
Yeah, not sure they'll get there, but but they're certainly going to shape it. But Wantirna South, look, they know how to play these close games. They've got to ticket out the last couple of weeks. So, but they'll be just happy to get the win, move on, and look, they're still well and truly a genuine contender for me.
Yeah.
Right. Let's go. Let's move on to another game, and this is a game that, look, who have really, Baronia. Look, at the moment, right? Baronia's certainly not going all that well this year. Let's be honest. Injuries and poor form has plagued them, for the majority of the season. They played Mooroolbark yesterday, 13-10, 88-4, 6:30. Now I'm gonna put Mooroolbark under the torch here.
In the gun.
I think it's their last 2 weeks and their season overall, right, is not good enough.
Yeah.
It's just not good enough. There are a lot of good people, like supporters, who give up their time and energy, right, to support that, to support the boys and the executive of that football club, and those players are not giving anything back to them at this moment in time. No. I think they've got really good players up there, but they're just not firing, and I just don't think it's good enough.
Well, if you have a look at the game last week, they kicked the first 3 goals of the game, and then after that they kicked 3 behinds.
Yeah. Their last 2 weeks, they've kicked 52 points.
Yeah, it's not good, is it?
And they kicked 77 against Wantirna South a fortnight ago.
Has that been the factor since that Wantirna South game? The way the result was determined, thinking that at that time they'd won the game, could have set their season up, could have springboarded them a little bit, only to get away with a draw on that. Has that dampened their enthusiasm?
No, I don't think so. I think this is.
Have they? Yeah, I mean, look, they should have put in a better effort yesterday. This has been a slow burn with them, don't you think, Blake?
Oh, definitely. If you have a look at it, how they've really had 3 coaches in a year.
Yeah, and that's the other question I'm going to throw. Are they going to burn another coach?
No, I don't think so. I think they do like Galloway. He's a good guy. Just unfortunate with their reserves. They've had probably the worst luck with the reserves, with injuries coming into the side as well. They've got no 19s, unfortunately, as well, which is another disappointing factor for that. And the reserves are getting smashed every week. So
but what's this telling us about Baronia? I mean,
that's exactly right. And I'm a Baronia supporter because I think they're well coached, and they really are. Let's be honest, they're missing malice in the midfield.
They had some ins this week. Harry Burgess came back into the lineup.
Mason Storr, Fairchild as well.
Yeah, after his honeymoon. I think.
But 58. But the thing is, it's the margin for a side that's been really struggling, and they win by 58 points. It doesn't. What does it say more about them, or does it say more about the opposition?
You got to think about the conditions, though, Brush, especially down at Tormore Reserve, which isn't the friendliest of grounds.
That's why I'm throwing it at you.
And they were back at Tormore. Well, the rooms were open out at Tormore Reserve as well. This past Saturday, so
function as well next week.
Pretty sure. I think they had I think they might have had something last night as well, but they would have given them a lift. And just looking at their lineup, they had a pretty decent lineup on the park.
We got the video from the balcony from the first time.
I was going to say that would have been nice.
The vision looks good from that position.
The big light.
No, so he was down the other end, and he's going to get a little bit closer next time, but. He was not late getting there, but he was looking for the ute that Billy Notley usually supplies us on the wing. It wasn't there, and Bill said, "Hey, come up here." And nice. you can hear in the vision the crowd. So there must have been thousands up on the.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that.
So look, good for Baronia that they've got back on a winning tangent. Okay, I'll take into consideration what you've said. What you've told us there, Blake.
Yeah.
But there's. But for mine, familiarity breeds contempt, and when your playing group is just set in their ways and knowing that there's no pressure coming from down below, players can pick and choose when they want to turn up and play.
That's what I feel with the reserve side. They've let the club down, I feel like. And
The reserve side?
yeah, definitely.
How can the reserves let them down if they've got
you
no
think
players?
about it, is if a player gets injured from the senior side, it's going to be very hard to pick who's going to play to replace that player.
So you're saying there's a commitment issue there? There's players that don't want to go up and play senior football?
Yeah, I feel that way.
Well, that's unacceptable.
All right, well, okay, that's probably another story for another day. We'll probably park that. We've got a couple more games before we go to our first break. I'll leave the match of the day to the last, and we probably... North Ringwood, 13-15-93, defeated Bayswater 3-3-21. Look, let's be honest, it was a result that wasn't wasn't going to...
it's not changing the world, it was expected.
Two scoring shots to three-quarter time, though,
Now,
for Bayswater.
I did hear as well, and we said this off air as well, the game was at Wally 2 Reserve, but wasn't it played at Lewis Park, though, or was it actually played at Wally 2?
Well, it was fixtured in Play HQ at Wally 2, so I'm not 100% sure there. But look, that being said, look.
But haven't Bayswater been playing games at Lewis Park?
They have.
Yeah. No, but they played. Yeah, they played at Wally True yesterday.
Okay,
They had. I know they had a function on. That might have been the reason, but it could have been other factors as well.
The one thing I'm going to say about Bayswater, like every other club that doesn't get to play on their home turf, right? You saw it at Baronia, you saw it at Waverley Blues, you're seeing it at East Burwood. Clubs that aren't playing on their home, their spiritual home, where the committee has to move hell on earth and to juggle logistics, make money for the football club, set up in different areas in different clubs. It's such a logistical nightmare. I really do feel for the Bayswater Footy Club in that sense, because it makes it extremely hard. And what the double whammy is for them this year is the fact that, look, they were struggling last year, but this year it seems like without, they've lost their best footballer in Ben White, who was the talisman.
Well, if you have a look at the whole year that they've had the transfers, I think they've lost 15 senior players.
They've lost a lot.
Yeah.
So they're going through a really, really bad... It's a really bad time for the football club for them to...
Yeah.
And the thing is, and like I said, nothing has gone their way in terms of, they're not playing on their home ground. And like I said, I do have sympathy, especially for the executive and the people that support the club, that want to, that are trying to keep the blokes on the park on Saturday afternoon. I think that's really important.
But what they've now got to focus in on, Bayswater, is what can they get out of the rest of this season and start building towards in 2027. The fact is, they're going to go and play a lower division next year, in Division 2.
Yeah.
So they've got to make the most of it. This is the opportunity for them now to identify what they want to get out of the rest of the season and start laying that foundation for 2027 in terms of player recruitment, player retention and coaching and off-field administration. So this is the time you get to work on it. And look, this has been coming for a long time for Bayswater. So now's the time they've got to get in there and strategise and make things start to happen for themselves.
Final thoughts, Josh?
I think you're right. I think everything that you guys said is right. They've and a lot of us knew that they'd struggle this year, but particularly with their outs and how they performed last year.
There's no harm in going down, Josh.
No, definitely not. We've seen clubs like Knox, Upper and others as well. Lilydale, Croydon. They've immensely benefited from.
It's almost like sometimes you got to take your medicine, don't you?
That's right.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. I think they've just got to start rebuilding. They've got to start looking at around the whole club.
Putting time into their juniors.
Yeah, which unfortunately the juniors haven't been, where they want to be, unfortunately.
All right, last game was the match of the day yesterday up at Montrose Recreation Reserve, and once again, in my opinion, Montrose fluffed their lines against Park Orchards, 13-14-92. After leading by 27 points early, 7-19-61. I think it was a game where I think for the first time other clubs may have watched this game, and I think they may have a blueprint now on how to
get the big best friendly giant.
Yeah,
Oscar McInerney.
I just thought at times I didn't think Montrose played all that badly. But too many of their good players faded in and out of the contest all afternoon. And then when the chips were really down, Park Orchards found a way to not only work their way back into the contest, but gained enough self-belief, right, to actually run away with the game in the second half.
Oh, I thought, from a Park Orchard side of things, that was the blueprint for how they should play the remainder of the season, or at least during finals, because there's no question they're playing finals this year. They could get the double chance as well. They've jumped up into, well, they're still fourth, I'm pretty sure, but they're pretty much equal third or second on the Division 1 ladder. So I was really, really impressed with the amount of pressure that Park Orchard's provided on the day. Guys like Mason Blakey, he was exceptional, and we didn't give him best on ground because we gave it to Josh Chappell, who was magnificent, alongside Niels Wittoff. I thought both him and Wittoff did a fantastic job against Oscar McInerney to nullify his impact. We saw him against Mitcham earlier in the season and how big of a game he did have against a really good ruckman in Danny Baklava. And there were other contributors. I loved Kira and Hickey's game, even though he went off for 15 minutes with a yellow card. He was really good out of the midfield area, Blake.
Yeah, the one thing that really annoyed me and frustrating as well was they kicked 8 behinds in the last quarter.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, that could have easily won in the game. But I just felt 6 goals in a quarter of football is what Park Orchard did in that. Montrose, I think they were winning 40 to 10 at one stage in that game, and then Park Orchard go bang, bang, bang. I just felt that Montrose maybe were a midfield short, and Riley Collie-Dawkins will be back next week. I'm officially say that. I confirm that. That's going to happen next week, so which is a massive influence.
But they took the game on Park Orchard yesterday. They could have easily folded up and said, no, we're done. But they didn't. They took the game on, and the little bits of vision I saw yesterday, you couldn't help but be impressed with the way that with their capacity to fight and fight through when they were challenged. And I thought yesterday, when they really did make that challenge, I thought you think, well, this team can play. I mean, we've underestimated them all season, and now they're still. And no one's really given them a chance to be there at the back end. I mean, I tipped them to win the premiership at the start of the season, and I still maintain that they can win the premiership, but they haven't shown it yet. But I think yesterday was some real clear signs that they are really strong premiership contenders.
And I'll just about as well, quick one as well. I thought they did a really good job on Riley Britton.
Yeah.
You know, he's been kicking a lot of goals through the wing, and I just thought that was a really masterclass.
But it was a coaching battle yesterday, and I thought Paris probably outcoached Brett
100%.
Just from the point of view when he needed to change things up. He did. He didn't let the game sit there and wait.
All right, gentlemen, North Ringwood sit on top by 6 points. They're on 44. Wantirna South on 38. Mitcham Park Orchards on 36. Montrose ran out the 5 on 28. Sitting outside is Baronia on 20. Beaconsfield 16. Murrelbark 14. Norwood on 8. And Bayswater yet to open their account for season 2026. We're going to take our first break, and then when we come back, we're going to talk all things Division 2 onwards.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rowville and Vermont here at Rowville Recreation Reserve is our EFNL game day match of the day for Sunday, the 5th of the 7th. Currently, Rowville hold a commanding 56-point lead in the development squad. Rowville 10-4-64 leading Vermont 1-2-8. So the Eagles are really struggling this afternoon in the development grade as they hit nearly three-quarter time. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me. Josh Ward, Blake Tennant and Spider Lee, Matt Spider Lee. Gentlemen, we've done Premier and Division 1 to death. Now we're going to move on to Division 2, which has been perennially all season being the closest game or the closest competition of the season. And no game typified that yesterday against the two big heavy hitters. And Surrey Park, once again, have outlasted Templestowe by the barest of margins. Surrey Park 9-6-60, defeated Templestowe 8-10-58. And I think you're going to be a brave man to tip that these two don't play off in the grand final.
I think this has probably been the constant for the whole year. It's just going to be these two, unfortunately. Having a look at the other results, I just think it's well and truly these two. And listening into the Friday preview Friday, is that you guys are 100% correct. This is the grand final preview.
Yeah. Well, at this point in time, I mean, until form tells us anything different, I mean, the reality was these two teams have played 2 close games this season to date so far, and they've won 1 each. So we now know that both these sides are capable, and we know that they're going to be very tight in the finals. So I think for Surrey, they'd be happy to get over the line yesterday. Templestowe, they'd be pretty disappointed because, from all reports, they had their chances to win the game. They just didn't take them.
Well, particularly in the first quarter as well, they had their opportunities.
Well, if you have a look at the scorecard, it was only a 4-point differential, and then
that's right.
And I think Templestowe only scored 5 goals, where Surrey only scored probably 6 goals. So it went back and forth sort of thing. So it's almost like I think Chris Fagan referenced this as well. It's like the Rafa v Federer. Federer wins 1, Nadal wins 1, and then now it's even. So it's going to be interesting to see. I definitely think they'll be playing off in a semi-final.
Well, they're going to be playing, the first, the first one, yeah.
Well, I actually think it was probably. This was the sort of game, I think, Josh, that Surrey Park needed to have.
I think so.
I think they were ready for a game of this ilk. I mean, not saying that their previous month or so they'd played bad football, but they probably were craving someone that was going to push them for 4 quarters. And Templestowe were able to do that yesterday. And I thought, and they'll be thinking at the end, they got the 4 points. but I think they'll be really happy with more so about the hit out.
Yeah, I think they'd be relieved. Speaking with a couple of people, I think there were a couple Surrey Park people who were relieved at the result as well, because it is their first victory against
Yeah, I was about to say that.
And it is much needed, because if they'd lost that game, I would have fully backed in Templestowe for the flag. This was a Templestowe side that... No, I absolutely would have, because this is a Templestowe side that didn't enter this game in as good a form as Surrey had been.
They've just been going, haven't they?
They've just been going. Yeah. Whereas you look at Surrey, they've been comfortably defeating opponents. So, and this again, they're still missing Ben Woodfall, Jack Martin, and some not a whole lot of names, but still some key figures in their lineup. But I think from a Templestowe side of things, they'd be pretty pleased to get close. Although they might be without Bo Mitchell. I heard he might have gone concussed from this game as well. Didn't play the second half from.
So that's probably
reports.
why Templestowe.
Well, that's and that's potentially 1 or 2 weeks out. But I think from a long-term perspective, when Mitchell is up firing, he holds the real key to whether they're successful or not.
Well, he's the best ruckman in the competition. No questions asked about that. So, and just with concussion. It's a 21-day process, so he might be out for 3 weeks now. So, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, which is big.
That's a big loss for Templestowe. I still think they're the second best side in the competition, and Surrey Park are just
a bit of a gap after that.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, the next game, and Spider East Burwood over the last month have been threatening to win a game of football. They've been on the end of a couple of close losses, but yesterday a trip up to Croydon. No, not an easy away fixture at any given time, but they walk away finally with a 21-point win, 12-6-78, 8-9-57, and I would dare say there'd be a bit of a sense of relief.
I think so. I mean, when you have so many games week after week where you just fall short, you start to question yourself, and mindset becomes a funny thing. You start to really question whether you're good enough at that level. But I think what Dovey, from an East Burwood perspective, has provided them with is the blueprint in terms of the way he wants them to play. So the way that their contested possession game has been going has been really impressive. I think forward of the ball, they have been good. And they have been putting scores on the board, but they just haven't been able to translate that all three facets of the game, all together across a four-quarter period. And yesterday they did do that, and they were able to weather the storm when Croydon did charge at them, at a period in the game. So for the Rams, that's a really important win, because it's not an easy place to go and play at Croydon. The record there hadn't been good for a number of years. So to walk away from Croydon with that win in their pocket, that'll give them some confidence going into the next month of footy, I think. If they can win a couple more, and it gives them a bit of a launching pad for things going forward. I mean, I don't think they're playing finals this year. I mean, a lot would have to change, but it gives them a little bit of hope. They're putting a good team together, and I think since Kempson's come back to the club, I think he has really provided them with so much drive through that midfield, and to support guys like Cramp and Jose and all those sort of guys that have been playing really well through their midfield.
Kobe Cook comes into the lineup as well and is a very handy inclusion, kicked the 2 goals and was one of their better players. But also, they would have gotten a lift this week, because it was announced, I think, on their Thursday night and on East Burwood socials. I think it was last night or this morning I saw that Cole Dove has re-signed for the next 2 years with East Burwood, which is great. So and it shows they're heading in the right direction.
So they got a big win, and then they post their coaching signing, which is even bigger.
Well, it's the commitment from Kyle. I mean, he feels that he can take this group forward, and I think they are building something. But this group has to have a bit of belief, and I don't think they are the finished product yet. I mean,
I think they're a long way off.
This group has got a long way to go, but they are on the right track, and if they can go and get a little bits and pieces at both ends of the ground and add to that midfield, they're going to be a team that will continue to see some improvement.
All right, gents, let's keep moving on.
Croydon, we should touch on Croydon. That was very disappointing to lose a game like that at home, considering early in the season. But they've had a few indifferent performances. And look, Croydon, I still haven't written them off to go deep in this final series, but that one yesterday was one that they probably should have ticked off.
And got away. Heathmont won the the next in
the Parker Cup.
Parker Cup again. It's got back down at Heathmont after Ringwood won it early in the season. The Jets haven't been winning out of turn this year, and they get a 37-point victory over Ringwood, 10-10-70, and Ringwood 4-9-33. And I think the way that Ringwood have scored this year basically epitomises where they're at this year. It's just not happening for them this year.
If you have a look at the record, I tip Ringwood. I just felt this is the week where they'll show up and deliver, because they always play well in the Parker Cup, and I think they won their night game last on Anzac Eve, and then I think Heathmont. So it's really back and forth how it's going with the two cups as well, and. Mind you, I still am up in the tip. Spider's coming at me pretty good in that one, but
you've dropped off the last couple of weeks.
I think, but that's a disappointing again. And 33 points for the second straight week in a row. It just shows where Ringwood is going as a footy club, and I think they're going to get relegated. I think Scoresby will beat them in that round 17
Well, they have to be able to score, Blake. They just can't kick goals. I mean,
well, they don't have forwards.
Scoresby do have the forwards now with them in there. So, and they do have a defence, whereas Ringwood, they just struggle. They've got a defence. Midfield, they're just lacking polish and depth. But forwards, they just can't kick a score.
And I just want to quickly say as well, I don't think they've had a key forward that's really taken this game, like that can win a game off their own boot, especially when Trent Farmer's left. As soon as he's left, they've got no forward, like for the last 4 or 6 years, I would say. And, the highest goal kicker last year was like 20 goals. So
in their last three of their last 4 games, 3 times they've only kicked 4 goals. The only time they passed it was 8 goals against Mulgrave in round 10, who aren't the strongest defence, it must be said. So I think that's pretty poor from a Ringwood perspective.
Yeah. Well, one side that if I was a supporter, I'd be pulling my freaking hair out. And that's the Waverley Blues, because the Waverley Blues have gone down by 5 points to Lilydale. No disrespect to Lilydale, but this is a game that Waverley Blues shouldn't be dropping at Mount Waverley, 8-11-59 to 9-10-64. Lilydale are on the up, but Waverley Blues have only won 1 out of their last 5, and this was a gilt-edged opportunity for them to get back on the winners' track, but they let themselves down again.
Well, I saw them a couple of weeks ago, and I was impressed with what I saw. They run from defence. They got on top in the midfield for the third quarter against Surrey Park, and I thought they could play for finals, but they've absolutely bottled an opportunity against the Lilydale side that had its outs, hadn't been in really great form the last couple of weeks. And whereas Waverley Boys, I know they had some outs, Fred Harding and Joel Hatch, which are 2 key players in their lineup. But you'd still expect them to get over the line, given I thought they were in slightly better form despite not getting the results on the board. But I mean, that is pretty disappointing from a Waverley Boys side, I think.
But you've got to acknowledge, Lilydale have been good away from home this season. And I thought the shape of that ground would suit the way that Lilydale played, but still had the presence of mind to tip Waverley. But I did think that it was going to be a close call. But Lilydale got to hand it to them. They just keep persisting, and they're going to give themselves a good chance to play some finals.
Yeah, I think they obviously beat Templestowe away, which was a big win, and then they've also won a few games away as well. I think
at home's been the problem. I just don't think the smaller grounds probably suit the way that they play at the moment. They like big, expansive grounds because it's just their game style.
So Eastfield and Templestowe, 2 home games to come.
And then they play Mulgrave away. So
can we see, when you read out the lineup, Brush, I will have a question for you at the end.
Like finally, Mulgrave, whose form has been indifferent, but their form has been indifferent because they've had their best players have been out, and you really have noticed a difference since Angus Gervasoni. Their output has, in terms of disposals, has dropped because he hasn't been playing. But nonetheless, Conatellia has stepped up to the plate. And
he didn't play yesterday.
No, I know, but he has in recent times. And look, 33 scoring shots, 14-19, 103 to Scoresby, 11-12, 78, 25-point victory down at the Country. And
what? The Country?
It's the surrounds. When you go out there for the first time, you'll understand why it's Escape to the Country.
Okay, fair enough. But
you know what Escape to the Country is a show?
Yes, I do. It's on 7-2, which is, Anyway,
when I set up down there a few weeks ago, the moment I started was all I could hear was bellbirds.
Moving on now.
So, look, for Mulgrave, it was an important win. They just had to do what they had to do yesterday against a Scoresby side that in recent times have found a bit of their mojo. And, they're
going to get some teams on the way back.
They will.
Yep.
And so I think good top. There could be some, like you said, Spider, another 2 or 3 wins ahead for them. Later, as it is after round 12, sees Surrey Park on 44, Templestowe 40. They're 3 games clear of Mulgrave and Lilydale and Croydon, who are all on 28, and that makes up the 5. Waverley Blues, they sit in 6th position on 24. East Burwood and Heathmont, 7th and 8th. On 16 points. Ringwood are on 8 points, and Scoresby are in 10th position, but there's only 0.62 or something percentage between them.
0.58.
And I just wanted to say Waverley Blues got a percentage of 79 in 6th place. So, but I'm just saying, is this going to be the top 5 for Division 2 right now as it speaks, or can we trust the real Waverley Blues to make finals?
They have to show up now. And I think the real Waverley Blues, when they're on their game, they will certainly be able to.
What's your case, Spider? Do you think the top 5 set in Division 2, or can you see Waverley Blues making a run?
Not necessarily settled, but I think Waverley Blues still have the capacity to play finals. I think there's a good chance they might just sneak in.
Yep.
Okay, gents, let's move on to Division 3 and
quite a few results. Just before you get it up, there was a few sides going. There was a few close games, but there was also a game where we thought went the right way.
Yeah. Look, Sylvan's obviously a very hard place to go up to at the best of times and win. They needed to bounce back after what I thought was a very disappointing performance against Upper Ferntree Gully the week before. Donvale have had to make that trip this weekend, and they've had to fight tooth and nail for a 14-point victory, 14-13, 97 to Sylvan, 12-11, 83. In essence, you look at Donvale's, obviously they've come back, let's be honest, they've come back to the pack a bit since probably round 4.
Yep.
And there are probably 2 sides, right, that have got a gilt-edged opportunity.
I feel that way. I feel like it's a 3-horse race, unfortunately, to the other 2 sides that will play finals. But the big thing is, as well, if you want to just talk about another side that could contend, and we'll get to him shortly, is Knox. They got Jackson Halo. He's a 3-time premiership player at Mitcham, so maybe Knox can get on a dream run. But yeah, I know we're speaking about Donvale here, but they just did what they had to do. They had to get the 4 points, and that's exactly what they did. So
probably
they got the win, and then they'll move on.
Yeah. Probably one side that that you'd be a little bit concerned with. Their form in recent times has dropped off dramatically, and I'm saying dramatically. It's fallen off a cliff. Is Oakley District. The Basin had 40 scoring shots and got 14 goals, 26, 110. Still won by 103 points to Oakley District's 117.
I sort of disagree, unfortunately, Brash. I think they've been pretty disappointing with the output and the scores. I know they had that run of really good wins, but I'm still being a little bit disappointed with how they're going on.
Oakley?
Yeah,
that's right.
I know. You feel, and I just think it's. I think Oakley have been really poor.
Well, I think it's quite clear that Oakley are just not up to the level, and then we just have to mark them accordingly.
Yeah.
They're going to get relegated. How competitive they are in Division 4 in 2027, it's their own choice. I mean, they've got to go out, get the players that they need to service their team. And at the moment, they don't have the players at that level to be competitive.
Unless they can get a Dane Spon for the rest of the year.
Well, that's not the long-term view of this club.
Definitely
and that's not going to help them long-term. You can do it on a one-off, and you cash in on the money side of things, and financially, but that's not going to help them long-term. They need long-term sustainability, and they need to go and get players, and they need to bring their juniors through. They need to go and get players that are going to commit to the club for the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, I don't know, but things are looking very. The game, the development game, is finished at just on 2 o'clock here, and
I think a play's gone down.
It looks like a Rowville player that's gone down.
Oh, okay, and we'll keep going.
Which is great to see as well, is that all trainers are on the ground to assist, and Vermont and Rowville trainers, which is great to see.
Okay, let's keep quickly moving through. Upper Gully had to go up to Arctic Park yesterday, up in Coldstream. For a hard
Arctic Park brush, that's a new one.
That's
a very old brush.
That's a throwback.
Very old.
Jeez, I only live 5 minutes away from Coldstream. It's not that cold,
mate. You haven't been there when it has been cold.
Okay, keep going.
9963 Upper Ferntree Gully had to fight tooth and nail over Coldstream, who have been demonstrating some good form of late. 9559. Upper Gully be happy to walk away with the 4 points there. Yeah,
they survived Coldstream there, but considering what we saw Upper Gully last week compared to this week is a sort of a different Upper Gully, I would say, because they were really dominant. They kicked the first 6 goals in that match of the round we covered last week, and compared to this one, they only scored 63 points. So maybe the big ground, and well, they're going to be playing finals at Wally 2 Reserve, so it'll be interesting to see.
They'll enjoy that. It's
they've got to. Look, I think this game is actually all about what Coldstream did, to be honest. I mean, Coldstream, they've got a bright future. I mean, they have been competitive at home in a lot of their games this season and made teams work for some wins. So you got to hand what Coldstream did yesterday. They've got some real upside about their future, particularly over the next 1 to 2 years.
It's great to
good
see
young players coming through.
It's great to see that they've brought in under-19s players that are playing consistent senior footy, which is great for the years coming in. So that's a good find by you, Spider, there.
Okay, and finally, Knox get back on the winners list, 13-11-89. Ferntree Gully have been going all right as of late. They put up a 10-11-71, so an 18-point victory to Knox. Look, I heard on the broadcast yesterday afternoon that I think there was a bit more of an expectation that Knox should have won this game by a bit more.
Yeah, I felt that way too. If you look at the inclusion of Jackson Halo, who's a premier Div 1 footballer that's obviously had a big career at Mitcham, I felt that way too.
And so a lot of the results in Div 3 sort of went the way that they should have yesterday.
But closer margins, though.
Yeah,
that's
were.
Just how I felt.
But Knox are just going. I mean, I don't think Knox are any threat this year to be a genuine contender. They'll play finals, but I don't think they're going to have much of a say.
They can go on a run.
I'm just saying, with the inclusion of Halo, maybe that could help them.
Not with one player.
Yeah,
not with one player.
Yeah, but I feel like if they can get their team in that we know of, that it is a pretty strong team. They've made finals consistently in the last 2 years in 3rd Division. If they can bring that team in and adding Jackson Halo to the side, it could change. But I can't. I think.
But we haven't seen it this season. We haven't seen anything close to that. So at this point in time, you can't even go down that path, I don't think.
Donvar on top, 44. Upper Gully, 40 points. The Basin sitting third on 36. Sylvan on 28. Knox round out the top 5 on 24. Coldstream on 16. Whitehorse and Ferntree Gully on 8 points apiece, and Oakley District on 4 points. Let's quickly go through Division 4. Not much to talk about in Division 4.
There's one big result.
One big result, but Warrandyte had a day out yesterday, winning by 186 points over Nunawading.
Gabriel Strumpf.
14 goals.
14 goals. So congratulations to Gabriel. That's a massive effort. So they. Warrandyte, gentlemen, you'd agree that they're going very nicely at the moment.
I think they're the flag favourites in my opinion.
You think so, Blake?
Yeah. Well, they're sitting on top, pretty strong percentage, and a game in hand on everyone else inside the top 4 outside of Churnside Park.
How do you feel, Brush? Do you think they're the premiership favourites at this stage?
I think I actually tipped Warrandyte to win the flag this year.
Well, you did say Bulleen Templestowe in the podcast that I did with you.
Yeah. So I'm still not. I'm still not going to deviate from that because I think that they are going very, very nicely, Bulleen Templestowe.
Yeah.
They had a very nice, comfortable win yesterday over Doncaster. It was 13-12-90 to 6-3-39, gentlemen.
Yeah, good performance by the Bullants. They're going okay at the moment, really enjoying what they're doing.
Ray Baird was down there as well. We got the full welcoming. He was telling everyone on our chat.
Yep. And just the score for that Warrandyte-Nunawading game was 30 goals, 22, 202 to Nunawading, 2-4-16. Croydon Hemlock get back on the winners list, Blake, by 99 points.
Yeah, and Lockie Polly, he kicked 14 goals as well. So, unfortunately for Gabriel Stubb, he's unfortunately had to get Lockie Polly to be the star of the round.
I was going to say, Stumpf is more of the star because he's now the leading goal kicker in Division 4 with 55 goals.
That's crazy.
One ahead of Hayden Schroeder.
Yeah, so you can tell your Fair Park friends that we'll get into very shortly. Brush, that was a big win by Kilsyth.
Yeah, and look, quickly, I know we're going to run out of time here, but Kilsyth, the upset of this round, 11-9-75, gentlemen, over Fair Park, 8-12-60. Quick thoughts?
That's a massive win for Kilsyth. They needed that scalp.
Yeah, it's all about effort, and Fair Park clearly yesterday didn't bring that attitude and effort, but Kilsyth got to hand it to them. Good scalp to get at this time of the year and keep their chances alive.
Right. That's their best win of the year, Kilsyth.
Oh, without question.
Hopefully that can lead them to potential finals chances.
Yeah, I think they're going to struggle, but that gives them a chance.
And see.
All right, and the ladder quickly for Division 4. Warrandyte 34, they sit on top. Bulleen Temp, Fair Park, Churnside Park, all on 32. Kilsyth make up the 5, they're on 26. Croydon North Hemlock 16, Doncaster 12, Forest Hills 4, along with Nunawading. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me on pre-match.
Yeah, it was great.
Time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastland Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastland Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back to EFLNL game day Sunday here at Rowville's home ground, Seebeck Oval. And I will introduce myself, Gavin Casey, available on a Sunday to call the game. So it's my pleasure.
Sunday we call you.
That's correct. My pleasure to be here. And it's a fascinating point in the season. It seems like these Rowville Vermont games have been crucial, what colloquially could be called an 8-point game, in that there's potential top 5 spots on the line, and the run home can be it's going to be very interesting in the Premier Division. Today we're here at at Rowville's home ground as they host Vermont. Good win last week, and Rowville have the position in the top 5 they would like to take. Unfortunately, as told by the guys before the break, there is a severe injury to one of the Rowville reserve players. An ambulance has come to Seebeck Oval to help with the situation. Don't want to report too much on it other than hopefully we see him in good health soon as he possibly can. He's getting well looked after, and the leg injury looks quite severe, so it's not great for the onlookers. The reserves game was called a halt at the 12-minute mark, and final scores was a win to Rowville in the reserves. But we've got something to look forward to. Just before I introduce my co-commentator for the game, it's interesting to see the Rowville reserves team all in their, all coming across sort of a guard of honour, at least showing their support in attendance for their fallen teammate. This is great to see that footy clubs will always come together to support their teammate. And you can probably hear in the fixed mic now the clap coming from the playing group and supporters around. There's no end of great medical team at local footy grounds, and it's fantastic to see that the best care is being given.
The other thing to that, Gav, was I don't know if you saw it earlier as well, but the basically while the guy was on the ground, both trainers of Vermont and Rowville were both looking after him. So
yeah, definitely. You just wonder how emotionally this affects a teammate. To see, I know the crowd is hushed, and all they can do is, I think we've got so much trust in our medical people around Australia. Yeah. The paramedics and the ambulance people are so magnificent. What they go through every week, I'll never cut short a tribute to them because.
No. I tell you what, it was to me they seemed to get here in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Like I don't know how that was super quick compared to, I know a couple of weeks ago there was an injury, one of the girls' matches, and I think it took about an hour for the ambulance to get on site. So obviously a very busy day that day, but yeah.
Well, it's finally the players in the back of the ambulance, and we'll get the best professional treatment at the hospital, and we wish him and his family and friends all the best.
A bit of a delayed or someone interrupted nature to this day in general, obviously with the reserves game and now this, but it's it's excellent to see, like you said, the ambulance out quickly. So we wish that player, I'm not sure we know who it is at the moment, but we wish him all the best and getting the help that he needs. But yeah, look, the show will go on once we, of course, know that the ambulance and the paramedics are all happy with how they're taking care of him and how they're going with him. So once that is all wrapped up, we will, yes, you're right, we will get into this game, a bit of an 8-pointer, a lot of valuable premiership points up for grabs, and it should be a good encounter.
Yeah, definitely. It was fantastic to see Vermont back in form last week with that win against Blackburn. And it's really shaken up the ladder positions in so much so that we can look forward to the next, including this, we'll say 7 weeks because we've nearly finished round 12. Then the run home with 6 games to go for most teams it's going to be very tantalising to watch and interesting to see how it falls out going into September finals. And one man who knows the ins and outs of the EFNL in all 5 divisions has a love for one team, but we won't go on about it too much today. But we do respect. Yeah, we do respect his opinion as always. And welcome again to the broadcast for upcoming game, Wayne Brasher.
Thank you, Gav. Thanks, Chris. And obviously joining me also this afternoon is Emily Mackay. Good afternoon, Em.
Hey guys, very happy to be here.
Yeah, look, had a watch of the game yesterday, and I concur with you, Gav, about Premier Division. 6 games to go in Premier Division. Still so many permutations to play out. To play out because, look, even today, right, if Vermont lose, they probably won't go down. They'll stay exactly where they are because their percentage is about 12% behind Berwick, who hold on to the 5th spot. Rowville won't go anywhere either if they lose. But if they win, they gain 4 points because they're 8 points behind, East Ringwood at this particular stage of the season. But there's still a lot to play for. When these two sides play against each other, there's a lot in it. There's always a lot in it. It's a lot of pride. This rivalry has been building very, very slowly over the years. And the thing is, what I feel today is Vermont have hit a really good vein of form, probably put in their best performance for the season. The stats say that last week against Blackburn. But when I line that up against what Rowville bring to the table, especially here at Rowville, it still lacks. It's still short. And I just feel at this particular stage, obviously with James Ross out of the side, that leaves a hole in their back six, which is something that Rowville are going to exploit this afternoon. Wilcox has been fantastic. Some of the younger guys at Vermont, Spencer, Dunn, those sort of young players, Vassis. Good to see Kalkowski back in the side. They're all going to have to lift today, and the one thing that Vermont need to do is they've got to stay in the contest for as long as they can, because of their game. If they're out of the contest by quarter time, the game could get ugly.
Well, Rowville are the masters of clearances.
They are.
The stats would say that. They've got the bodies in there. It's led by Brolick underneath Schoenmakers. Then you talk about Edwards committing a great season. You could go on through the list, which we won't do right now, but let's just talk about the contest in the middle.
Well, look, at the moment, Gav, Rowville are probably they're leading in the disposal count. Here at Seebeck, they're averaging nearly 400 possessions a game in their home games. That's a lot of ball that the opposition can't get their hands on. They play this ground exceptionally well, and it's really, really hard when you've got a high possession side like Rowville, and then you've got a side like Vermont that probably need to play a different game style to try and negate what Rowville bring to the table.
Well, if Rowville are quite high possession, like you're saying, then it's going to have to be one at the contest, which is also what you're saying there. So that part is so crucial to making sure you have the balance inside, outside, making sure you have those players, holding that structure so that they're a kick away. If that doesn't happen, then game's going to be done for very early.
I also think, Gav, what Vermont will need to do is they'll probably have to try and bring down Rowville's uncontested disposal accumulation throughout the day. They need to turn it more into a contested disposal contest.
Well, I'll just distract you away from your match preview, which is very enlightening. Just to make a point that Rowville have been held up from leaving their change rooms. Because the reserves were supporting their teammate with the ambulance, it looks like there's been a delay. And Vermont have been on the ground for 3 minutes, kicking at goals, running, doing their drills. So they're ready to go. I'm not sure how this will affect them emotionally, mentally, preparation or whatnot, or why the reason is that there's a delay on Rowville coming onto the field, but it is interesting to note, don't you reckon, Chris?
I think it is especially, and I think that buzzer means that we have someone down on the boundary line ready to cue in.
No, it doesn't. It's just Ryan's showing the work experience guy.
Work experience kid. Here we go.
Okay, yes, we do have a debutant on today's broadcast, which we will get to shortly. But
on a Premier Division game too. What an absolute pleasure.
Big stakes.
Mind you, looking at them trying to work things out, I don't know which one's the work experience kid.
Or with the way Ryan's feeling.
Oh, geez, I got the look from Ryan then.
Well, we'll introduce our boundary riders.
It'll be Josh and I on boundary next week.
Anyway, while we've got the moment, I'd like to pose something to you, Brush. I know you're our resident statistician here at the EFNL. Just something I've noticed. So you talked about James Ross going out of the back six and how that might leave a hole. So for Vermont, obviously 6-5 on the season so far. Now, out of those 6 wins, in 5 of them they've kept their opponents below 75 points. And if we're then looking at the 5 losses they've got, in 4 of them, they have conceded over 75 points. So what can Vermont do, Brush? I like to ask, in the absence of James Ross, to try and keep Rowville under that magic number of 75?
Well, they're going to have to. They're going to have to.
I've never seen Brash so speechless.
Well, look,
he's got a lot of words.
I think they're going to have to play a lot more accountable football in their back 50, Chris. It means let's not take too many chances. Anything that looks like a 50-50 iffy contest, don't go to it. Play the safety, play the numbers, and if you can drag it out into a scrap like an 8-6 goal game, then do that. That's you've got to do everything you can to stop Rowville and the way that they score.
It's interesting to note that the umpires come out to a bit of heavy metal in Metallica.
Where was the timing?
Yeah,
it was perfect.
And now here comes out the Rowville Hawks. A delayed entrance into the game as they run on. They won't have much. Hopefully they've had their warm-up because will Vermont give them the chance to have any sort of warm-up, or they'll say, let's just go?
No, I think there's enough goodwill amongst the two sides. They'll allow it. As long as they don't start after... If they start after 2:20, that's fine by me.
Well, it's 2:22, Brash. So
well, that's good.
That has to be fine with you.
By rights of the fact that we went 4 minutes early yesterday, if they go at 2:24, we're on par for the weekend.
That's exactly right. I think also too, they picked an interesting song. I actually had another Metallica song in mind. Turn the Page.
Okay.
Here I am, star of the road again.
It is also worth noting just quickly as Rowville run out. You can see there Matt Davey there with his little boy. I believe, I'm going to take a guess and say that's his son, but it is game number 250 for Matt Davey today. So he's been an absolute champion of the Rowville Football Club, and you can see there the embrace before they go out. This day will be not only about the 4 points, but also about celebrating a great man at this club.
Well, I can tell you now, his father, Cole Davey, makes the meanest hamburger this side of Melbourne, which I murdered in about 30 seconds earlier in the day. Absolutely, it was marvellous, I'll tell you.
We can see Blake laughing. He wants to bring back the burger reviews, Blakey.
So what do you give the rating, Brush?
It's a 9.9 there.
That's big. So we always got the
Hey, no burger is ever perfect in my mind.
But if you can inhale it in 10 seconds, it's ridiculous. It's high.
It was.
I could wait today, Brush.
You should have seen Lee Green's eyes as he saw me demolishing it. It was actually really priceless.
I'd taken 2 bites out of my ham and salad sandwich,
and
I'm looking at him and I thought, I couldn't believe it. It's gone.
I'd just like to apologise to anyone who clicked on the stream today expecting us to talk about footy, because
we are talking about footy.
It's clearly not where we've gone so far.
Murder at the kiosk.
But look, I think in all fairness, look, this is Vermont's best opportunity, right? They, last week they put in their season best performance against a Blackburn side who'd been going okay, but this is the test for them. This is the litmus test for them this afternoon.
What do you make of, can I get your word on Lockie Johns moving to half-back and his possession counts being very high?
I actually think it's been a good move, because instead of him being the hunted in the midfield, he gets to basically control the destiny of the flow of the ball out of that half-back line, and I'm sure he can do a lot more damage with the way that he... With the way that he kicks the ball. I mean, he can hit a jam tin from 50 metres and without missing a trick, Chris.
That's exactly right, and I think they're able to put Johns to the half-back line, not only so that they can get the best out of him, but also because they've also got the numbers to then put into the midfield and then to carry the midfield. Like, you're looking at the guys, even some of them who drift a bit more forward. Looking at Josh Spencer going at 20 touches a game, Lachlan Jenkins is going at 25, McCluskey even across that half-back line as well is going at 21. So they have the luxury of moving a player of the ability of Lockie Johns to half-back, because they have the others that can help him out and then take the load in the middle.
Well, Vermont have got to reinvent the midfield as well. And the other thing that what Johns does, by him playing off the half-back line, it actually forces the opposition. They're going to find a player of equal ability to curb his influence. If he's allowed to have 34, 35 possessions off the half-back line and has a disposal efficiency of 80%, that's something that the opposition just can't afford.
we'll go to the boundary side. Blake Tennant.
Yes, indeed. Yes, looks like Matt Davey was doing the coin toss there in game number 250 for that. And I think he won the toss, so I think Rowville will be kicking to the right of screen. It was a very quick finger across there, so I think Rowville won the toss for that one.
What are we looking like with the wind out there, Blakey?
Oh, it's always windy at Seebeck Oval as well. Wherever you look, and I think it's
it's into your face though. It's into us. Our side.
Down the south, I would say, towards the broadcast end here. So, I just want to introduce to you guys my fellow boundary reporter. Came in the office with Ryan Long during the week as well. So, just want to welcome James Gagnon. Is that correct? Is that how you say?
Gagnon, mate. But thank you very much for
playing a bit of footy down at Bayswater. I've been told Bayswater Heathmont.
The Heathmont Basie 19s. Yes, that is a lovely experience. Obviously, both clubs having a bit of a off year, especially Bayswater. They'll probably be in the same division next year by the looks of things. But the focus is on this massive contest down at Seebeck Oval. Two giants of the EFNL for so long. It's going to be a crack of a game, boys. Let's get it started.
And who's your tip for this one?
Oh, you'd think to say Rowville, but with the form Vermont are in, you'd never know. Like, they have challenged a lot of good teams. Doncaster East, one of them. Unfortunately, just falling short to them. But like you said, on a day like this, you never know. The wind coming towards the boundary, and like we said, we'll see how that pans out. And hopefully, we should get a cracking game into this one.
All right, let's do our tips quickly. Blakey, do we have tips down there?
Yes, I did. I think Rowville will win this one by 42 points. Unfortunately, for Vermont's sake, I think it's two sides to this. It's the real Vermont versus the Vermont of old, which was the start of the forecast.
42 points, gee whiz. James, tip?
Oh, I don't reckon. That's a bit harsh, Blakey. I reckon comfortable 21-point win for the Hawks. I reckon Vermont, they will be good. They're just a bit too weak for a strong Rowville side looking to contend for a flag in Premier again.
All right, well, you hear the siren there. Footy's alive, so we'll get the rest of the tips later. But we are ready to go here on this Sunday afternoon as it's out of the middle. No clear winner of just yet. Applying pressure with Stapleton for Rowville, but it's going to be Vermont. There's Stapleton now. Free kick early. It's going to go the way of Rowville. Advantage paid. There's Matt Davey. Missed the 250 in there. Early possession for him. He's going to backpedal quickly. Just assess his options ahead and slow down what has been a frantic 15 seconds so far. And he'll chip down the wing. Find Stapleton. A few early touches for that man. He's going at 24 a game. 13 of those contested as inside 50 entry. First of the game. Lockie Wine leaning up and takes it on the chest.
And Rowville are not kicking. They're kicking against what I feel is the non-scoring end. And Lockie Wine basically, once again, beautiful pass there by Stapleton, put it out in front of him.
I reckon he's a bloody good kick, this bloke, and with the form he's in currently, you should expect him to slot this, don't you?
Well,
yeah, he should.
That form is 36 goals so far in this season. The man on the mark, Big Matty Wilcox, stands at about 35 to 40 out. Little to no angle for the right footer, but here's Wine to open our scoring for the day. The kick's on its way and he loves it. Big number 2 gets big number, goal 36 as Rowville are on the board to start this one.
That's exactly probably not what Vermont wanted, because when Wine led into space, there wasn't a Vermont player within the vicinity there, Gav.
There was a man guarding space. He just I'm surprised he didn't hear him just trot up behind him, and then suddenly the Wine was in front of him. He's left standing still.
Yeah.
I think there needs to be probably someone watching Wine's leading options, because he kicked six from 9 kicks last week, so he only needs limited opportunities to make a huge impact. Back in the middle of Seebeck Oval, rucks go at it. Showmakers was the leaper over the top. Stapleton again, huge pressure player, but he's tackled to the ground, and Grimster made him work, but no possession for the Hawks. Tap one down, back of the pack. Hawks trying to bust their way through a series of hand passes. Brolick goes down, straight down the middle to Wine, over his head. Wilcox had a metre behind him. Maybe wants to play on his back shoulder. Luckily enough, the ball went over the top from the kick in, and it's out of bounds just near the right point post.
Bryce, you were saying that the contest is really important, and I just haven't seen Vermont even almost be possible to contest in this already in the last 2 that they've had.
They need to shake themselves out of their lethargy here, Vermont.
Wine did the ruck duties in front. Quick kick from the resulting tap down. Misses to the right. Minus score for the Hawks. 1-1. Rowville 7 points leading by that margin.
It's almost just looking like that they're just playing on the outside and waiting for Rowville to get it and then to contest and tackle and win the ball that way.
Got to be proactive, Em.
So McCluskey attacking the kick and went to Isaac's. Absolute mung of a kick there from the big man. It's important for him to make up for his mistake, and he does so. Linking up through handballs, here's Lockie Jenkins, but instead it's going to be Stapleton. Gets the intercept, chips it inside 50. Wasn't the best entry that we'll see today. Oppie around there doing some defensive work, so too is Johns. Applying pressure there is Colclough. And wrapped up, we'll go boundary side with James.
Look very weak, the Eagles, in the moment. A lot of fumbles, they're just looking they're not standing on their players. The defenders have been really weak at the moment, and it showed. Obviously, Lockie wouldn't get off the board quite early.
And grabbing it out, there's a few handballs there. Duffy, Edwards, now a kick. Centering ball, Kane Oppie's going to be there and takes the mark. He's been excellent on the wing this season. Kane Oppie just gets up and down all day. He'll find a target in Josh Spencer. Another player who's been in a right vein of form for the Eagles this season. It is cheap kick, might be cut off by Dave. He gets a good fist to it. Spore right in front of us here. And Rowville just continuing to lock the footy inside their forward half. 3:53 gone on this scoreboard. It's Rowville 1-1-7. Vermont still yet to score.
So Rowville doing all the attacking. 70 metres around from their goals now. Showmakers from the back, knocked down. Vermont, though, do shark it. Hand passes, goes to Dixon. Works off halfback, rushes the kick. Set up behind the ball. Nicely marked by Shook. Goes into the middle. His kick's chopped off. Here's a possession for Vermont leading inside 50. The turnover's costly because running into an open goal eventually will be Leon. And he misses near side. He probably had metres to consider his options, whether he wanted more time to kick it or run further into goals.
You won't get an easier option than that all afternoon, Leon.
It's disappointing because there was no chat. He must have assumed he was under pressure. The long kick out goes. Vermont have got some good numbers flying from the side. No mark taken by Stainthorpe. So Vermont go inside 50 again, but it's chopped off. Nicely done.
I've just seen Vermont being let down by those big weighted kicks. They're very easy to intercept, and it's twice it's happened in the last minute or so, which has resulted in that turnover.
And Schrook is that man that can intercept, and his kick is positioned, but unfortunately it bounced before it got into the player they're running onto it. And another number we need as well is 68 for Rowville. We are looking at, we've found out 73 is Callum Smith. So that's an adjustment on the team sheet. Brucks go at it again. Rowville trying to hand pass their way over the grid, but intercepting was Dixon. He couldn't chain it through congestion, so the knockdown from his hand pass goes out of bounds, and it's out of bounds on the wing.
I just find that Rowville is just really having a nice balance of that inside-outside contest. It's allowing them to win the ball and then to be able to actually contest properly.
Baby throwing comes in. Rucks will go at it this time. It's Schoenmakers winning the tap. Applying a bit of pressure there. Not quite wrapped up. So a lot of footy to be won, and we will have a ball up now. So we'll go boundary side with James.
Well, Vermont have stepped up their pressure a little bit over the last couple of minutes. I feel like it's a bit more locked in. Hopefully they can get something out of this.
Colclough was around and couldn't quite get there himself. Instead the handball's going to go forward through Dixon. Callum Smith now in that 73. Kick was not his best, and it's intercepted by Verrill. That's Callum Verrill going at 7 intercept possessions a game. That'll be one of them, as now there's a bit of a fighting footy in there. Oscar Dunn's going to go to ground to try and get it off his feet. Now eventually he does. Scoop the handball out a bit. Still a lot of footy to be won here. Grimster wrapped up in the tackle. Umpire will call for it.
Another poor fumble from the Eagles that has cost them a stoppage, and I feel like if they keep doing that, they're just going to work themselves out of the game.
A little bit of a shaky start as Buxton wins the hit out. Looking to spin out was Edwards. Got it on the right boot. He's a master of the centre clearance, this guy. And now Johns will do some sweeping up in the half back line, and they'll look to switch it out to big Matthew Wilcox. He has a bit of work to do. Fully will set up nicely for him as he's pursued. And now we'll look towards the centre wing, just out of bounds on the full.
You don't want Wilcox kicking it out. He's not the precision passer. So Vermont will have to see if they can get some runners back when they are.
Zach Tulloch's wearing the number 68 instead of the 53.
Thanks for that. So long ball for Rowville. Flyers go at it close to the boundary line. Spoil comes in nicely by Smith, Henry Smith. And it is...
Scoots Ward came up with that one, Gav. He did a great job, so
yes.
There you go.
Well, I waved at him and I said, this is your job. Give a man a task. It's great to see someone come through for us. And wrapped up in the tackle is Lachlan Jenkins, and he hands the ball back to the umpire. Buxton, yet to impose himself in the ruck contest, does take front position, knocks it down. Jenkins got tackled without it, he thinks, but the umpire doesn't agree. Brolick scrapping for it, but it's Vermont. Through Jenkins, getting a hand pass received, but he's knocked off the ball with the tackle. Long by in. Kick in, and that was Schoenmakers getting it long, but too long for his teammates and out of bounds on the full.
So Vermont would just look to switch play here. Mark taking Grimstar, gives the handball receive off to Harry Isaacs. And his kick picked off, and they'll play on immediately with Rowville. They go quickly. They smell blood here, the Hawks. There's Stainthorpe, couldn't quite take it cleanly. Vermont looking to repel now through McCluskey. Mark taking on the wing. That's Noah Burke. He was brilliant in that radio game against Berwick. And now the spoil gets the footy over the boundary line, and we'll have a boundary throw-in true centre wing on this far side.
Well, the one thing that Rowville are doing is they're just making sure that Vermont get no clean possession whatsoever.
Well, they're on the outside, Brash, that's why.
They're doing a fantastic job of it so far. Buxton got two hands to it to try and bring it down, but it will be Rowville out of the middle again. There's Brolick, gets it to Nashua. Nashua Wood there, and they're going to keep moving it forward. Brolick again, second possession of the chain. He's going to go a goal, and it's going to go through. He loves it, the big man in the middle. And Rowville get the next major of the game. 2-1-13 plays Vermont 0-1-1.
You just can't afford him to let the skipper run through the midfield unopposed.
Oh, it's just those little moments that Vermont are lapsed in. It's actually quite even in the way that the game's being played in some elements. It's just Vermont have a lapse of concentration and things like that happen, and that's the result, unfortunately.
Well, it was the second time Brolick ran through the middle. This time he said, I'm not passing this off. I can see goals, and he went for it. And what a kick he is.
And that was the perfect kick in the conditions. He kept it low.
Yeah.
And that's going to be key for this game, because as we've already seen, those tall ones, easy to intercept, and they're not going where they want.
Because if it went high, that left to right into us, the cameras here, would have maybe put off the kick. Long ball clearance for Vermont, but they just don't have the players to receive it yet in their forward line. Tap paddle forward for the Hawks. They're under a heap of pressure, but they've got the guts and the determination to get out through Duffy. Knocks it on to advantage. Now the Hawks might get open on the outer side. Edwards has to trace back to get the ball. Hands it off to Woods. Woods hands it off to a guy who's under a heap of problems.
And just on that, just a guy that didn't even get the footy there, but just the speed of Rowville. So Stapleton just running and supporting really puts the pressure on Vermont, because it's like, who are they going to go to?
That's right.
Wilson are laid in. Great tackle applied for the Vermont player. So he held up what was some momentum for the Hawks. Tackled this time by Stapleton. What a great pressure player he is. And Buxton will hand it back to the umpire. He'll do the ruck duties against Schoenmakers. It's like a basketball tip-off. They came from two different directions. Nullified, but at ground level. It seems like Vermont's getting into the game. Jenkins, close to the boundary line, gets knocked off, and it's out of bounds. So they're getting around the ball. It's just the kick to the next player is not connecting.
But the other problem they've got is Schoenmakers is jumping all over Whale Buxton, and that's going to cause an issue for the majority of the afternoon.
He's been the benchmark ruck of this Premier Division competition so far this season. We'll see what he can do here as a boundary throwing goes over both rucks that time. Wilson couldn't quite get it for Vermont. Now it's going to be extracted by Jenkins. Got a handball off. That one went to Askew. Now they're working a 4 through one more. Mark taken on the wing. A chance now for Noah Burke. St Kilda listed VFL player as his kick just goes off the hands of a defender, spinning out. Away with the ball is going to be Kane Young. But now Vermont have it. There's a shot at goal. It will just be pulled to the right. Didn't come back across enough, so just a minor score for Vermont. Their second of the days are 11.5 gone.
I do like that at least if they're getting the ball into their forward 50, they are having shots on goal. If they can convert, it'd be a very different story. It'd be 12-13. So they're not missing out on too much here.
Oh, the fly might have been into the back, but it's been paid advantage as Taylor got over his player. Now it goes forward. Schoenmakers stands up after running. Hand passes, tries to get Taylor again, but the numbers are with Vermont. Now they're just trying to work their way through. Under pressure, Askew. He took on the physical battle, but his kick was rushed, and it's been chopped off by an opposition player in Gamble. He looks inboard, even backwards on half back. Now he decides to go directly forward. Kicks it long. Late will be the high fly as Wilcox goes the punch. Wine stay to the back. He picks up the ball, hands it off. Open goal. Hawks get it again. And it's that man Wood who was on the end of the hand pass. How did Wine stay out of the contest and it fall to him? Well, Wilcox went the punch and it just landed in Wine's lap.
Yeah, Wood was a good probably 4 or 5 metres away from that and just waited and didn't get sucked into the contest. That is good football. That's the stuff we love to see in Premier Division.
So that's 3 goals, 1 now. Rowville 19, leading by 17 over Vermont, 2 minor scores. and they go forward, they score at the moment.
And just lucky they've got the net at the back of the goals, because that was going for a goal on the other oval.
He got excited. He nearly fumbled it, and I just was about to call him, here's the easiest goal in the world. He fumbled it, and it actually put me off too.
So a rare mistake there from Matt Wilcox in the contest, who's seen their back six so far, Vermont I should say, just a bit scrappy at the moment. But here's Stapleton looking to extract it out of the middle for Rowville. They'll go backwards to go forward. G falling over himself. There was Archie Stainthorpe. And he makes up for it and laying the tackle. Even the guys in there that have been good so far this season, like Harry Isaacs for Vermont, just a bit inaccurate, a bit inefficient with his disposals at the moment, as Dunn will do the ruck work and turn tackler.
And what we're seeing here is that all the Vermont players are going in to hunt the footy, and they don't have anyone on the outside. It's why there's so much contest going on at the moment.
So both ruck ones off the ground at the moment as Colclough got it to Stapleton. His kick just went forward. They'll look to go back through askew. Here's Harry Isaacs. What can he do by foot? Just pump it down the wing, look to take territory, and just about getting there. And he did get there, yes, was Riley Askew.
It's brother of Kobe Askew?
Yes, I believe so. So Riley will go forward. Gee, it's a booming kick. Few numbers out the back for Rowville. It's off fist. There's Wood, the previous goal scorer, head over it though. Chance, Barlow stepping out. Cooper Leon, he won't miss that one. He was never going to miss two from that distance. And there's Vermont's first of the day, going the way of Cooper Leon, courtesy of some fancy footwork from Kai Barlow.
Yeah, well, they had the numbers there, Vermont, and that was part of the difference. They outnumbered, and they had enough players running on the outside this time to take advantage of that loose ball get.
And I think they're doing quite well when they're transitioning the ball forward. It's that coming back as well. That's what they're struggling with, which is where they're getting hurt by Rowville at the moment. Really well done by Vermont.
And the fickle nature of an Aussie rules football with a bit of wind as well. The bounce of the ball plays tricks on players who look like they're certain of possession. But Barlow, he just danced onto the ball, done a spin move, and it opened up for Vermont's first goal of this game. Ground level again, Brolick applies a huge tackle, almost a 360 tackle. Not dangerous in any way, Brolick controlled it. But hitting the ground was Dixon. Ground level again. Dixon, Brolick pushing and shoving each other to try to get to the ball. A few players heads over it, and it's now Dunn getting himself up in that pack, and he'll do the ruck work as second ruckman. See what influence he can have against Schoenmakers. Kick from mid-air by Dixon goes forward. It's a hopeful one, but Stapleton's there to pick it up. Hands it off to Woods. Goes out wide, too wide. And it's almost that. Yeah, it is out on the full. So it'll be a turnover free kick for Vermont. They'll go inboard and they'll find Wilson. Getting a few touches. Hands it off to a runner. Now Vermont from centre back. Load up. The middle of Seebeck Oval. Flyers go for it. Ground level, there's a lot of Eagles here. And it's done. Hand passing it off. He might be a receive hand pass. It just didn't hit from Spencer. So can Vermont butter up? Long kick goes out wide where the Eagles have got the numbers. Will the boundary kill it? No. Yes. Well, I say no in that I'm disappointed for the Eagle player who knocked it back. But yes, he ran out of space.
The last couple of minutes, Vermont have just upped the ante a little bit, just upped their pressure a little bit, which is good.
Right contest, Dunn grabbing it out, gives off, hand shot at goal from Smith. He's going to go out of bounds on the full.
I just don't think I don't think we were seeing that two-way run-in in the first couple of minutes from Vermont, and so we're starting to see a little bit more of that, at least offensively in particular. So that's a difference, Brash.
So Rowville will look to bring it back in. They'll just look to switch play across their defensive 50. Mark will be taken by Martingale, who looked to use Wood early, but then thought better over it. He's got a few options down the line here, and he will abide. One of them that's going to fly is Seth McDonald. Takes it well on the chest, read it well. And Rowville just setting up down the line here. He does have an option back to Martingale, and he elects to go that way. So the Hawks just happy to control possession for the time being. There's Cal Verrill. Goes one further. They've switched it back and forth across this defensive 50 now, but that's the thing. They're still locked in. And they'll look to do it one more. Callum Verrill out here now. Kick was overdone. That's all it takes. He's going to be set upon now. Just gets a bit of a mongrel kick towards the wing. Woods around there. He's happy to just let it go over the boundary line.
And look, that's a testament to the way that Vermont were just set up then, so not allowing them an easy kick in, which meaning that they had to switch the ball across, and to be able to not even kick from that and have to switch back, really well done by Vermont.
So the rucks will be ready to go at it again. Again, it is a 2 relief rucks. Oscar Dunn for Vermont. And it's Zach Tulloch in there for Rowville as Colclough was set upon immediately. Extracted by McCluskey. Got boot to ball. Playing at the front. Good intercept mark there from the Hawks defenders. And they've just looked to switch it out to the far side wing as the mark's going to be taken by Liam Coghlan.
A couple of short options on. Stainthorpe inboard. Goes even further backwards. And Colclough has got it again. His kick. Looking for Schoenmakers and the teammate Verrill. So Cal Verrill gets out of
laser of a kick.
Yeah, beautifully pinpointed. And the short pass. This is a bit of possession tempo footy from the Hawks.
Well, they're the masters of it, Rowville.
And they're not going to be rushed into anything that Vermont want to see them do. So the Flyers will go at it. Half forward, nice grab from behind the ball. Well read and picked off by Harry Isaacs. Hands it to a stationary player. But John's just come off the interchange bench, standing near there, takes the mark, receive, hands it off to Lachlan Jenkins. He goes long. Underneath it's done. Spoil comes in late, so the Hawks will win at a ground level. Near Johns again. He'll run into the contest late. Then there's a few players there for the Eagles. Isaac's one of them. He hands it out to a teammate in the open. Short pass to Grimster. He's under a heap of pressure. Hand pass intercepted. Now Wood gets it into the open for the Hawks. One more hand pass. It still hasn't opened up, but they'll go in through Stapleton, and it's found its way to a marker all on his own. It's Mav Taylor, who was standing and waiting, and he took the chest mark.
Rash, you're shaking your head there, but that was very good football by Rowville.
I'm agreeing. I'm shaking my hair in the fact that, look, Vermont, they nearly did everything right, but some sloppiness and the odd outs of the ball, and they just got caught. Too many players just ran forward then.
The triangle was almost too close for them to work it out of danger, so they actually did themselves in there with their work in tight, actually, Vermont. And Mav Taylor, once the turnover hit, Stapleton was good enough to put a ball in that Mav Taylor found himself on the end of it and hits his first goal. It's the fourth on the board for Rowville, 4-1-25, Vermont 1-2-8.
And they are the masters of the turnover. They do hurt you, Rowville, every time you turn that ball over in their forward 50.
Well, I'm seeing what you were talking about with them being really good at their uncontested possession. They're not rushing the footy. They're very composed. They make really good decisions. It's just a very consistent brand and very hard to capitalise on skill errors for Vermont if there's not many happening.
And you mentioned the Rowville turnover game, Brash. Round 3, last time these two sides met, it was 17-8, 110 from turnover for the Hawks. So obviously we don't want to see that number quite pile up from a Vermont perspective, but they will have to make a stand here as it's the primary rucks back in the middle. We're into time on in this opening term. It's Rowville by 17. And it'll be grabbed out of there by Schoenmakers, kicked forward. I believe that was Brolick. Now, a lot of work to be done. Bursting away on the wing was Will Verrill, 5 times in best in the season, looking to centre it. McDonald was in there, couldn't quite get it. Wilcox has a lot of work to do, but here he is. Taylor, 2-in-2, and he's got it. 2 in 2 minutes for Mav Taylor, and Rowville extend their lead, 5-1-31 to Vermont, 1-2-8. It is 23 points to the good for the Hawks on their home turf.
And this was the danger for Vermont when Rowville, they're actually kicking, like I said, they're kicking against the end that is the non-scoring end here at Seebeck Oval. And once again, Vermont, they got caught out. They're getting, to be honest with you, they're getting smashed in the middle here, Vermont. For love nor money, they can't buy a centre clearance here.
Well, they're noticeably smaller bodies in the middle with Smith and in there now, and Schoenmakers bounces off the ruck contest, hand passes it forward. Vermont got some numbers, but it's a disputed ball. The hand pass is errant. It finishes in the hands of McDonald, and McDonald bangs it home. So capitalisation on errors falls into the hands of some sharp shooters, and McDonald on the end of another one, 6-1-37, Vermont 1-2-8. It is error goal at the moment.
I don't know whether that's actually a size problem in the middle. It's it's the positioning that Vermont are doing. They're kind of in front, but they're not going first too, so they're sort of being not that proactive. So that allowed the ruckman of Vermont to be able to come in and take that clearance. They're struggling. That's all I can say. Is that they're struggling and they're not being proactive, and they're waiting to see what Rowville are doing first.
And you're right, Em. A lot of that those centre clearances are going straight inside the width of the centre circle there. That's how easy they're getting out. And another one gets out the front. There's Davey. His handball will find a teammate in Edwards. Goes to Brolich. Left foot kick. Just fell short of his target in Verrill. Lockie John's just got a handball off his McCluskey. Dropped the foot in the Jonty Duffy tackle. Now Grimstar is going to look out towards the wing. It's a 1v1. Who's going to win it? Who wants it more here? It's got to be Vermont. It is Vermont. Fended off just for fun. Well done, Grimstar. Now they'll go forward. And it's intercept, just picked out the one Rowville defender in Cal Verrill in a triangle of purple jerseys, but that kick is way too lofted. Around there was Bryant, lost his footing. There's Amu, picks it up, taken back by Coughlin. Now they can slingshot through the middle. Edwards, Mark, handball, play on. They'll go forward inside 50 now. Couple at the back, 1v1, and just held his position beautifully. Never let Matt Wilcox get back underneath the footy.
But it's even in that passage of play, we had 4 or 5 Vermont players just looking at the ball carrier and then running back into the back line, not even coming forward to defend.
I agree.
We're not putting pressure on.
No.
How are we going to get the turnovers?
Well, you're not going to get turnovers if you can't get within 10 metres of an opponent. They, like I said, that switch then basically epitomises how well Rowville are going at the moment here.
He's Lockie Wind. He's already got one for today. Kick will come from about 10 out. 50-degree angle on its way, and it's straight through. They just refuse to miss at the moment, the Hawks. And they extend their lead out to 35 points as we are 24 gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Rowville 7-1-43. Vermont 1-2-8.
This is the sort of thing that I call the shock awe factor here, because Rowville have basically shocked Vermont here. Vermont are at 6s and 7s. The coaching bench, I reckon, are in a difficult position here because I don't know what moves they can make to stem the flow.
Well, Buxton's actually winning a lot of the ruck taps too, so it doesn't make sense.
We'll see what Buxton Showmakers gets over the top. This time it's Vermont at ground level winning the clearance. They go out wide though, so it's not direct. And again, it's been sharked by the Rowville Hawks. They go out wide. Davey pushed off at the 250 man. He's meant to be protected today. And it's no free kick for the Milestone man. Out of bounds, half forward as the Hawks.
Where's the sense of occasion?
None of that. There's no privileges here. Rowville 7-1-43, leading by 35 points as we approach quarter time. Brolick outside the centre clearance, gets a hand pass receive, wheels on to his right, trusty right foot, finds a teammate, and they'll go forward through Matt Davey. He's looking for a short pass. Where's the leading option? Goes out wider, and they're just again playing great possession football. Looking at options. Wind doing a couple of stutter leads. Long ball going to the teeth of the goals. Wind, well, he nearly marked what was going through. He didn't know that to be the case. And Bryant will do the clearing work out of the bit. And the spoil comes in late from Coughlin, who had the kick into the forward line, a la shot at goal.
Very hard for Vermont to clear that out when most of their players are sitting in front of the square.
So it's a bit of a let-off there for Vermont. I think Wind had every right to go for the mark, but in the end, if he didn't, it might have gone over his head for a goal. As the ruck contest does an event to nothing, and or does event to nothing, and it will be another ball up. So it's 50 metres from Rowville's goal. Rucks go at it. Ball's thrown up in the hand pass, and it's another tackle. Congested contest it is. Buxton knocks it down. Dixon can't win. Jenkins, and now it's Johns, has to come in the tackle, and that's a bit of inspiration because they haven't applied too many tackles in the defensive area, have Vermont. They've hoped for a intercept and hoped for it, but there's no run off the intercepts either. So they really got to think about what they're doing, Vermont, in defence, because they're doing a lot of it lately. Hand pass going nowhere again, and wrapped up is Buxton.
Look, it's just a really reactive game from Vermont. So as you're saying, Brash, the coaches are going to be in a bit of a pickle at quarter time to figure out how to actually, that's a psychological component, how to get them psychologically back into the game.
So Buxton against Tulloch. Tulloch wins this one. There's a kick from Will Verrill. We look towards goal, but it's out of bounds on the full. For a second there, I thought that might go a bit more over the fence and maybe hit my car, but luckily it hasn't.
Well, I reckon the ball has probably been in further in Rowville's half of the game for about 23 minutes out of this 27.
Henry Smith, he's looking forward, doesn't have a lot moving for him, so we'll just go through the corridor. Gee, there was one under it, couldn't quite take it cleanly. Here they'll go forward through Stapleton, inside 50 entry, picked off by Luke Wilson. He's got to switch, he's got to go out the other side, but he won't. A lot of bodies calling for it, a lot of voices, and instead he'll pick out the gold and brown stripes of Will Verrill. Goes into the middle to Tyler Edwards. Absolute ball magnet, this guy. Leads Premier Division in disposals per game at 32.4. Hands it off. Booming kick. Could it sail? Could it? What a kick that is!
That's Schruck, isn't it?
Absolutely yes, no right from Mitchell Schruck to hit the scoreboard from there. But he says, stuff you, I've got the carry, and puts it through for another Rowville goal.
It's astonishing, really. We're looking at second place playing fifth place, and second place here are making fifth place look extremely ordinary.
How's that for a Tobin Brothers goal of the day's contender?
That is a magnificent goal.
And what about the trust from Edwards to hand it off to Schruck, and he just trusted him to go, yep, you'll go bang, mate, go for it. The hand pass, just laid it off. Quite a great kick. And here they go again. Forward of the pack is Duffy. Duffy puts it inside 50. Bounce the ball, eludes all players. Wilcox, last line of defence. Who's he going to hand it to? He does give it to a teammate. They're under a heap of pressure, Vermont, but with some composure. One short out. It's gone over the top. And another mark. Intercept for Vermont. For Rowville, sorry. As the long kick forward by McDonald. Goes into a big pack of players at half forward. No winner there, and it's out of bounds 40 metres around from Rowville's goal. I think Vermont are looking for the siren to sound because at the 29-minute mark, they trail by 41 points.
I'll tell you who'd be happy at the moment would be Berwick, because percentage is going to be all important. They've got a 12% gap on Vermont already. And Vermont's percentage is going to take a hit if they continue to play or scored as heavily as they have been in this first quarter.
Tulloch went against Buxton, but it's Vermont having to work hard around the contest. The bounce of the ball's not going their way, and Leon just shrugs his shoulders and defeated in that the ball went right when he was hoping it would go into his waiting arms.
I think you're going to make your own luck too here, Gav.
Definitely, mate. Then that's probably where Vermont have been that step off. They haven't taken the step into the contest as much as their coach might hope. Ground level showmakers, being a player that can just distribute. The kick forward by Verrill wasn't marked by Wine, so there's no more scoring, even though the ball has eventually gone through the middle of the goals for Rowville.
Yeah, great non-goal that.
That was a goal.
That is not a contender for goal of the day.
That is the contender for best non-goal of the day.
Yes.
Quarter time here at Seebeck Oval. It's Rowville, the home side, leading 8-1-49, Vermont 1-2-8. You're viewing us on Facebook or YouTube. Hopefully, Vermont come back just to close this up. At quarter time, though, it's Rowville leading by 41 points.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
EFNL game day on a Sunday. It's YouTube and Facebook. We're at Premier Division, concluding round 12. Rowville hosting Vermont, and it's been one-way traffic. The Hawks leading this game at quarter time, 8-1-49 to Vermont, 1-2-8. It seems a long way back for Vermont, but we have to applaud how good Rowville have been in the contest. The pressure around the ball carrier, the efficiency of the turnover is elite. Wayne Brasher, how do you see this game, and how do you see it? Do you see a turnaround?
Well, look, as I said, Vermont got caught in what I call that shock awe factor. Rowville just blitzed them in that first quarter. Vermont just didn't look switched on. You could tell in the opening 5 minutes they were just jogging around, and they just didn't have their mind on the job. That being said, Rowville did exactly what Rowville do, and it all starts from the midfield. Brolick, Nick Showmaker's in the ruck, is clearly on top, but it's their run and spread out of the midfield, plus the fact that they refuse to concede the ball when the player or the ball itself is not in a position that's going to be advantageous to them. The goals in that time on period, they were well crafted, I thought, but also, too, the fact that, the bounce in some cases didn't go the way that Vermont would have liked, but at the end of the day, you got to make your own luck.
We're going to go boundary side now with James. He's got Matt Adolph for a quick interview.
So, Matt, how do you reckon the boys are going so far in this quarter?
Obviously we've been challenged in the middle of the part of the ground, and obviously the scoreboard says it all, but I don't think it's obviously not fluttering on the scoreboard, but I don't think we're going that bad. Just probably not taking our opportunities going forward.
No, I agree. I reckon the kicking accuracy will probably improve. What's your view on that point?
The what, sorry?
The kicking accuracy. What's your point of view on that one?
Oh, yeah, look, probably just not even getting enough looks forward, but probably hurting ourselves by turnover through that middle part of the ground, but that's okay. There's still 90 minutes left.
What do you reckon needs to change for this game to be turned around?
Oh, not a lot. I think we just got to keep coming forward to defend and bring that energy. I think that wind probably helps a little bit, but we just got to knuckle down and just get the balance around the stoppage a little bit better.
Yeah, all good, mate. Appreciate the talk. Thank you.
And it is that coming forward to defend that I think is pivotal for Vermont. It's that proactiveness, not reacting, and then just lowering the eyes a little bit more, having more of those trigger kicks, lower flat trigger kicks. It is, I wouldn't say it's 50-50, but I also don't think the score is reflective of the way that Vermont is playing. Yes, they should be losing, but not with this amount of score. They had some really lucky shots before, don't you reckon, Chris?
Yeah, I do agree, and I have to agree as well with what Matt Adolph said. I know 41 points is a fair way back after a quarter, but I don't think they're entirely out of it just yet. They just need to take some pride in their defending. It doesn't mean lay more tackles. It means when you lay a tackle, get around your bloke, get around your teammate, pull a jumper, get some energy in that middle, because that's what they need to bring themselves back into this game, as we're just waiting for the final patrons to get off Seebeck Oval, and we're just about ready to get our second term underway, and bringing us in will be Gav Casey.
Interesting to see the debutant Archie Stainthorpe, the third Stainthorpe to represent Rowville Seniors, is in the middle. And he's up against Jenkins, and he'll get his hands on it. He just overran the ball, but he's got some help from the teammate. Off the back of the square, it's Schrook again. What a great goal he scored from the defender. Kick goes forward, bounce of the ball, just gets out of the way of Stainthorpe there, trying to get involved, the young player. But Vermont are half back, steady, and the kick finds Smith. 73, hands it off to his teammate, and they're off and running. Jenkins and Dixon go forward, but who have they got forward? There's a tall back for the Hawks, and they have been intercepting all day, and Amu looks a bit forlorn as he sees the Hawks go the outer side. Trying to go forward is the Hawks. They've steady with possessions. Their efficiency is high, and it's in the hands of Stapleton. He's looking around for options. He might go out wider again in the middle of Seebeck Oval. Decides to have a bit of a run up with the long kick going forward. Wide! Nearly took a screamer. Went straight up over Wilcox. Didn't take the mark. Ground level though. It's still the Hawks up amongst it. Colclough tried to get that going. His hand pass into the open just suits the Vermont defence, but they've been rushed when they kick it, and the numbers are with the Hawks. Late punch in comes through with Martin Gale. Ground level, it's all Hawks now. It's in the hands of Schrook. Schrook from 70, loads up, long ball. Umpire sees a push off in the contest, and a leaving free kick will go the way of the Eagles.
Just down at the Rowville bench, all smiles down there as well. Really happy with the forward pressure. Sorry.
Blake is so keen to get a touch of a footy.
Gets a disposal as well. He never lost it.
You should have seen at the amount that he had yesterday at Montrose as well. I reckon he's missing his playing days.
All happy smiles down there. Very happy with the smalls forwards from Rowville that are really adjusting to the pressure, and just the hunt and pressure. That's really the only thing that Ben Wise was talking about.
So it's Davey here looking to bring it out, and he's more than happy to see the boundary line as he's telling the umpires that one was over.
Well, the supporters next to me didn't want to grab the ball, so what else was I meant to do there?
Let's go to the Stats Centre for Blake Tennant's possessions today.
You're going to set the tone down there, Blake.
And that is a Blake Tennant on 2 possessions so far.
So it'll be Buxton grabbing it out of the ruck. In case you couldn't tell from our commentary so far, there is still a game of footy in front of us, as the umpire will call for the ball. So
what is football?
As Buxton will get the big left hand to it. Looking to bring it out there was Smith. That was Callum Smith, but now they get it out. Kick was smothered. Still a lot of footy to be won here. Cooper Leon got his hands free so he could get a handball free. Now here's Dixon. Gets it forward. Looking for the lead-up option around it. Got to the back. Burke, chip kick. He'll find a teammate.
That's great football. That's the kind of stuff that we want to see from Vermont. They've had a few passages of play where they've been able to do that. Now, Rowville do have an extra down the back. So with that extra, it is easier for them to intercept, but obviously they've been able to execute in this forward 50 entry, but that's why they haven't been able to have those conversions. So well done Vermont for first couple of minutes.
So it's Adrian Karkowski, no angle kick will come from about 40. God, they need this, do the Eagles. It's on its way. Goal umpire's drifting right, and that's exactly what the footy does, just a minor score. So a step in the right direction, but it needed to be more than a step at that.
And that's the difference in these sides. Efficiency by foot has been a stark difference. And there's a mistake from Rowville just as about to wrap up how good they've been. Amu from back, front position. He's got 3 to beat. Hawks don't know that they had it raffled between them, so they're tapping it around. Now Vermont take it off. Amu's got a hand pass, gives it out to his teammate in Barlow. He finds another teammate. They're mucking around, but they're trying their best to get a shot at goal. Finally it comes from a man under pressure. Knocked off the ball, was nearly, and it was nearly a goal, but it's a point.
Another example of it, they're bombing the ball into a 1-on-3 or a 1-on-2. That Rowville have great numbers down the back. They need to actually be lowering their eyes so that they can get clean entries.
Schruck just looking to relieve a bit of pressure by taking territory. Buxton had 2 hands to it, but he went straight through them. And now here's Spencer looking to extract the footy. Can't quite get a clean pick up, and that ball will just make its way over the boundary line and out for a boundary throwing.
I think the hardest part is every time there's a Vermont player near the ball, I'm almost seeing triple. Like, there's always 3 Rowville players to 1 Vermont near the contest.
Buxton and Schoenmakers. Buxton got the hit out. Wilson got bumped off it. There's Coughlin, just got it off the outside of the boot. Intercept mark taken. Kane Oppie. It's just brown and gold everywhere. You're exactly right, Brush, at the moment inside that 50. Oppie will go himself. He'll load up the left boot. It's going to sail and it just dinks the post.
And that one's unlucky, but a 5-on-2 is what he would have been passing to. So Rowville doing really good with those numbers down back.
Probably the right option in the end to just take himself. Schruck's kick in was asking a bit much of Gamble, but he did well in there. Mitch Gamble gets it down the corridor. Vermont intercept mark. This is where we need to see the energy. They need to go now. Askew gets it wide, finds a teammate. Wrapped up in a tackle immediately.
Lucky.
Very,
given though.
Very lucky.
So Vermont just managing to hold a bit of territory here. Typically the scoring end is the complete opposite side of Seebeck Oval. But we've been treated to a different one now as Burke can't quite get there and the ball makes itself over the boundary line.
The Vermont player's mistake was trying to play on when a guy was standing right next to him on the mark.
So 38 points the margin as we're just about 6 gone in this second term. Still the Hawks with a commanding lead, but the Eagles are knocking down the door. Did Shrug caught one high, nothing doing, says the umpire, and we'll stay where we are for now.
So it's very haphazard going forward for Vermont. They're trying to capitalise on limited opportunities, but generally around the ground they've let themselves down by foot, and the connection hasn't been there so far. But they're trying. They're getting their hands on the ball. Kalkowski was on.
You're right, Gav. They are trying, but it's not working for them at the moment.
The ground level is at a high tackle, close to the boundary line. Yeah, Brolick gets up disputing the call, but from here, and I'm a long, long way away, taken high was Jenkins. So Jenkins, who was first to the ball, Brolick's tackle was over the shoulder. And he's looking from 50 to bend it around, put it on the left post and make it move. And the players on the line try to get a mark there, was done, but off hands, a minor score.
What's surprising me here is that there weren't any leads from Vermont. That's a really low percentage shot. There are so many Rowville players that are, in the goal square. There has to be some kind of, we talk about that proactiveness, it's that kind of movement. You can't rely on people taking shots from the boundary.
So the kick-in will come from Jackson McDonald, and it's an absolute dot that finds Edwards. Quick handball play on. Gamble left it behind. He went without it. He was asking too much of him. Now there's Burke. Handball off. They're looking to get it forward through nearly. Mark taken. And he has a chance to get this one right now, Lachlan Jenkins.
This is probably one of the best positions that they've able to have a shot on goal this game so far.
I think part of the problem too is Rowville have got Wind down there as their spearhead. Vermont really don't have a key centre forward or full forward where they can direct the ball through. And you're right, Em, that's why they're in 6s and 7s.
Jenkins kick from about 30 out, 45-degree angle. It's got to go through, and this one finally does. Vermont with the first of the second term, and God, how they needed that one.
Well, Jenkins has had a really good year. He missed a lot of last year through injury, and look, he's a highly talented player, this young man, and he's proved on his day. Like I said, he gets his 20, 25 possessions, but he doesn't waste too many of them, Gav.
And he was smart there. I think he knows that Vermont's pressure is there, so he stayed in the game and gave an outlet pass. Once they got it on, I like the hand pass over the head. Even though it's a risky one, he knew that's the only place his teammates could be. So when it opened up for the kicker in nearly, it was a good hand pass in the corridor, even though it was a no-looker. Now back in the middle, Rowville trying to burst through, and the tackle's being applied and taken to the ground was Stainthorpe.
We were saying that the game's actually not reflective of the score. They've had almost the same amount of scoring shots, both teams.
Well, the score reads 8-1-49. That's 9 scoring shots for Rowville, leading by 31. Vermont 2-6-18 early in this second term. So a good point made. They fly out of Brolick. Well, he's a bulldozer. And when he saw a man vulnerable on the ground, he went for the hard tackle and knocked him further into the dirt, but nearly got up, runs it off. Buxton trying to impose himself in the game, and that's probably how he likes the ruck contest. Get the ball to come into his grasp and then muscle his way around.
If Rowville win this, they've got a player as a sweeper that's not being manned up.
Gander goes under the feet of the ruckman. And Neely is coming in and he's getting a lot of touches. Liking how he's getting involved. He's got a little bit of something. Handball, trying to get it forward through Spencer. Spencer's high up and under. Now it eventually gets out wide to Dixon. He's dancing around a few. Finds an open puck. Nearly got on the end of it. I keep saying that. I'm sorry about that. That's the pun I'm just working at the moment. But it's now fallen into the hands of the running player, Mav Taylor, as the ball goes forward. And again, Rowville, they're the killer. They get a turnover. They get it quickly forward. Taylor on the end of it. And from 45, he does not miss.
Well, and that's capitalising on opportunities, right? So they haven't had the ball going to their forward 50 very much. And just to be able to convert straight away, that's what's setting them apart from Vermont.
I feel like at this point for Vermont, it's a game of almost. Like, they've been so close so many times to drag back this margin. They just haven't capitalised at all, and I feel like that's what's killing them at the moment.
It's an absolute backbreaker, that. And interestingly enough, with all of that territory dominance, a lot of it's coming Lachlan Johns on the interchange. He's still here now. It's been about 6 or so minutes that he's just been stood in front of us. So an absolute backbreaker there for Vermont, but they need to respond here, and they're looking to do so through Josh Spencer, who gets it to Dixon. Bit of a shamed kick. Jackson McDonald was under it. Matt Davey flew for it. Couldn't quite get there. Barlow applying pressure. Looking to just get it out by any means possible. Callum Smith. Now the kick for inside 50 goes from Thomas Grimster. Marningdale did well. Kalkowski's going to bring it out and it's just going to find its way over the boundary line. A few hopeful appeals for out on the full, but nothing doing there.
And that basically epitomises Vermont's forward 50. They don't have a key forward that can take a big, strong, contested mark in that forward 50 at this stage.
It is Evan, and obviously Sam Wiedemann's still out. As for the time being, is in there was Dixon again. He's got his hands on the footy a lot so far, Lachlan Dixon, in this second term.
Is there a chance Buxton could go forward?
No.
No, you don't like it?
Not at all, mate.
Enough said there as the Ruxel cancel. They chull it out. Bulldozing through, getting wrapped up in a tackle there. Fantastic bit of defensive stand. As looking to run through his chest was Archie Stainthorpe, and he gets a bit back there. Now Barlow, handball, couldn't quite get it. Nearly wrapped up in a tackle by Stapleton. Barlow again gets a handball out. Right foot snap will come from about 45 out. There's a few on the line. One of them Showmakers. Footy dropped short, just about got the fingertips to it to rush it through for a behind.
That's the first time that I've seen Vermont actually not go in and congest into the footy and actually hold their structure and space.
And again, Rowville, they're great at hitting passes when they need to, just to slow the game down, because they know they don't have the ascendancy in the contest. So it's in the hands of Coughlin. Coughlin goes out wide and long. Again, slow football, but it's been chopped off this time. And it's Vermont going to Buxton in the middle. Who's the hand pass going to go to? He's got a runner. Now the pass goes in long. It's over the head of Burke, and it misses to the left side. So Vermont just not taking their chances when they go forward.
Well, they've got really no other option other than to have a shot on goal, because there's so many Rowville players that are rolling back. There's always 4 or 5 that is sitting there in front of the square or halfway up the forward 50 for him.
Schoenmakers takes the mark from the kick out, gets it to Edwards. Edwards looks left, looks right, looks backwards, goes sideways. Again, slowing it down if they can, because they know they're not in their ascendancy, but their efficiency through goal means if they go forward, they'll have the forwards to take advantage. Ground level again, pushing off his opponent was Verrill. Now they go inside 50, and a mark's being taken again by Schoenmakers. Hand passes off. Now it's a long shot, close to the boundary line, misses just about everything, sneaks in for a minor score. So that's the first blemish in a long while at shots a goal. Rowville 9-2-56 leading Vermont 2-7-19.
Unlucky for Vermont, because once Rowville do get the ball, they're having opportunities to have shots on goal. Vermont have actually maintained possession for most of this quarter.
Very good kick and found Spencer, went early, found another team out on the edge of 50. He's about 60 out now. Would just go to the wing and find the mark in Cooper
50.
Leon. Maybe playing it up a bit there
is Rash?
Martingale stands on the arc. Leon just looking to put it to the top of the square. Karkovsky just too much on it. Barlow got wrapped up by Brolich, and it takes a big man to get through a tackle like that. We'll have a ball up. Just overcooked the kick too much for Adrian Karkovsky.
So, yeah, I've watched a lot of AFL. That would have been the quickest 50 blow, and pushed as he...
Kick it, goal now. Is it going to go through? There's a pill for touch. It's paid. Karkovsky there. Very good work there from the crafty forward, and we'll see here on the replay, moving the ruck, got a few hands to it. Tapped it up to himself, almost volleyball-like, and then Karkovsky just knew where he was more than anyone else. Cal Verrill, hopeful appeals for touch. But Vermont hit the scoreboard again. 56 plays 26. This game is back to 5 goals.
Well, look, one thing Vermont have done in this second quarter is I know they're trying to move the ball, and they're moving the ball because they know they don't have they don't have those key forwards. So the only way that they're going to score is they have to rely on their quick ball movement. But in that being said, they can't afford to not hit the target, because if they turn the ball over, they're going to get hurt.
Done in the ruck, and at ground level, Dixon getting involved. He's sweeping hand pass out wide. Can it open up through Grimster? His hand pass was intercepted, so he'd have to butter up with his own attempts. Knocked off the ball. Coughlin stands up in a few tackles, with his hand pass intercepted by Jenkins. He knocks it forward. Going off Dunn is Jenkins. Going long ball. Amu, 1-on-1. There's open goal. There's a man running in for the Eagles, and they're alike now.
Kai Barlow.
Barlow with their high-flying Eagles have all of a sudden 4-8-32. Barlow, a bit of magic just to know to run onto the ball beyond Amu's marking contest, and from 3 metres out he puts it on the boot straight away, and it's a goal that closes the gap to 24 points.
And you can put that once again down to Jenkins. He's had a massive quarter here for Vermont. He's upped his work rate, and he has really got down dirty and got busy, and he's single-handedly getting Vermont back into the contest. I'm not saying that they're right back in it, but they're still in it, Em.
Well, they've had the ball for most of this quarter, Brash, so that they are in it. It's just the scoreboard's got to reflect it now.
So footy back out of the middle at the moment. It's Vermont getting all the clearances. Coughlin bit off more than he could chew. Free kick wasn't paid. Cooper Leon's wrapped up immediately now. It's going to be brought out. Coughlin again just squirmed a handball out there. Edwards is going to go to ground and get it. Just flicks a handball forward. There was Colclough back to Edwards, looking for Wood. Wood gets one more handball going. They're linking out nicely here. Kick looked to go inside forward 50 from McDonald. Wood nearly got his head taken off. Stayed standing. Put it towards goal. Put it through the big sticks. Rowville bite back again.
And that's the best way you can respond to stop a run on from another side, is you hit them back. Hit back on the turnover, and that's exactly what's happened again. I actually don't mind the move of Oscar Dunn going into the ruck, because at least he's going to jump and offer at least a decent 50-50 contest against shower makers.
And I think that with Dunn in the ruck, that means that we've got Buxton as that tall option in the forward line, which means that Rove will actually really have to start thinking about key matchups now.
So 62 plays 32, 17 minutes gone in the second term. Just as Vermont start flying with shots at goal, the efficiency of Rowville keeps the advantage to 5 goals. Again, Jenkins, he just can't beat everyone. Brolick intercepts his hand pass with a knockdown. He sharks it, gets it to a teammate, and in the open, Wood wheels it out right, and he finds a teammate dropped there by Will Verrill, but the umpire said he had enough of it, with the late spoil being too late, and Johns will man the mark for Verrill. Looks to go long. Left footer, long into the wide direction. And the man who knows where the flight of ball will end, and he just puts the leap in late and takes a nice mark, hands in front of the eyes, and Wind going for goal number 3.
You just got to get body contact on him. He's got, 10, 15 steps free at the footy to do whatever he wants and line that up. You got to get something on him.
Well, I think Wilcox is more worried about knowing where he is, where the ball's coming from, that he loses between trying to work out both angles, loses him, and Wind, he's just got all eyes on the football. Now, if he puts it on right post, he'll nail it through the middle, and it curls its way for another goal for Wind. He's third, goal number 11 for Rowville, just as they were under pressure. Now they lead by 36 again. Rowville 11-2-68, Vermont 4-8-32, approaching time on second term.
When you've got a leading forward like that, Vermont have got to understand you've got to try and steal Wind's space. Either you take his space from behind or from within and let Wilcox do the main spoil. When you're allowing him to run and jump, you basically you're going to concede that disposal to him.
And Vermont have been controlling territory well, but it seems like every time Rowville go forward, they're getting on the scoreboard. It was Buxton in the ruck, nearly uncontested, more or less, as Leon got a handball now off to Oppie. Oppie just drills a right foot kick to the chest of Noah Burke.
That was Jenkins again, Chris. They got that ball to Noah Burke.
Lockie Jenkins there. My apologies, as he's been very good so far in this second term and in this game throughout. So now it's Noah Burke. Will kick from about 50, little to no angle. Again, they need this. They need all of these to go through. Kick's on its way. Goal umpire has not moved a step, and it's through. Very good kick there from Noah Burke. He moves to 13 on the season.
They are not out of it, I wouldn't say. Brash is looking at me otherwise.
Oh, well, look, there's still... look, I know...
Half a game of football left, Brash.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm just saying it's what Vermont need to do to get back into the contest.
Slowly chip away as what they have been this quarter.
Park Orchards demolished Montrose with the same scoreline.
Absolutely. Yesterday we saw...
After half-time.
We saw the exact same... What we want to happen, we saw it happen yesterday.
But I don't know whether Vermont have got the list that can come back.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
They've had the same shots at goal
Sound like
in
a Vermont
numbers.
supporter. I've never watched Vermont play in my life.
I'm a realist.
Secondary ball up as the ruck contest didn't clear the centre circle. Ground level, Spencer. Rucks takes the ruck work of Buxton well. The push by the Vermont forward has not been unseen. And it's Gamble who'll take the free kick. Goes out wide. Heap of pressure on the receiver. But it's been marked by Stainthorpe. So Kyle Stainthorpe looking at another short pass just to hold up. Again, when they're under pressure, they slow it down with kick, mark, football. This time it goes out wide. Ground level ball though. Hawks got some numbers. Running, looping hard pass for Verrill. Verrill tries to take on the tackler. The boundary line's his assistant because he was wrapped up by Wilson and ran out of room. But it was a great tackle there by Wilson to corral him and then apply the physical tackle. 13 shots apiece, but it's the efficiency going forward. 11-2 to 5-8. Rowville leading by 5 goals. Again, ground level. Jenkins, Smith. Jenkins again. Hand pass, shrugs off a tackle. Gives it to Spencer. He's shrugging, running around tackles. Hand passes it backwards to Johns. Johns gives it to Wilson. Wilson a halfback. This is better tempo and better position by Vermont. The kick out wide found Smith. Wilcox goes long. This might open up to Dixon. He's got a runner. He'll take the man on the mark. Gives it off to the runner. And here he goes. Long ball. Goes into the forward line. No mark taken. Ground level ball will be by Gamble. And they mucked that up, Vermont, just as they were looking good.
That was very nice structured play, though. We didn't see any of that in the first quarter.
So it's out wide. And now it's Barlow. He's kicked a couple. Gets it out to Wood on the bounce. Well, he sort of throw handball. Gets it back to Barlow. That's the one-handed wave at the ball. Did you see that? It was comical. It was a bit of magic hands. I'm sorry, I'm still on it.
Do we get replays on the live stream? I think this is...
Oh, you can look it back, yeah.
And it's a turnover ball. Vermont off half-back, getting it to Dixon.
Dixon will look down the wing, finds Wilcox, uncontested mark. They've got a 2v1 here. If they can get it to Kalkowski and the ball would just evade him.
I'm really liking the change up in Vermont's forward line. So they've noticed that Rowville are pumping numbers down the back. They notice that they're deep, so they're keeping their tools at that centre half position. It's giving them a target at least, and it's changing the way that Rowville is setting up, making it harder for them to defend.
So the Rocks will get ready to go at it. It's Showmakers against Buxton. They more or less cancel each other out. Nearly won the footy first there. And now they'll get it to that man in Callum Smith. Smith just looks inside 50. If he flies at it, Armu was there. It came off his head in the end. Still a lot of work to be done in there. And turning tackler is Josh Spencer, and they'll call for a ball up.
I think it's really hard when you're doing those high kicks into a sea full of Rowville players. This is the only result that's really going to happen when they do that.
Armu doing the ruck work. Leon got a foot to it. It was smothered, though, and that intercept mark is going to be taken by Josh Spencer.
Gee, I reckon that was lucky. I wouldn't mind buying real estate off that umpire there, because I reckon that
and in
barely...
Rowville, that's pretty expensive.
No, that's pretty cheap, mate.
Oh, come on. We're not going to downtrodden.
Not to mention, I almost reckon Armu got a finger to that.
Yeah, look,
he's pulled his hand down so quick.
It's gone the bare minimum, I reckon.
So
but if you're Vermont, you'll take it.
If he gets his 24 points going into the third or go into half-time.
Spencer, 45 out, G. It's off the outside of the boot. completely mozzed in there. Thank you very much. And it's just a minor score.
I reckon I would have had a better shot on that.
Sounds like I heard a fake siren there too for a minute.
It put me off.
Let's test that at half-time, Emmas. We're 24 and gone in this second term. It's going to come out to the near side wing just in front of us. Boundary throw, and umpire will call for it.
Have you seen Will Verrell's nice skills up there? That's from me. I taught him. You know, I can kick.
It was funny that the miss kick nearly bent back towards the goals.
Yeah, it was a bit of wind that pushed it back.
Yeah, so if you're going to miss kick it, shank it out to the left. Ground level. Rowville doing well in tight. Stainthorpe, hand pass over. Mav Taylor drifting back. Hands it to his teammate in McDonald. McDonald, great composure, of course. He hands it off to his teammate in Stainthorpe. And now they go forward. No mark for Wind. Ground level ball. Oh, sorry, that's Tulloch. Tulloch, ground level. Hand passes off to teammate. They're working in congestion. There it's picked off. Hand pass. Missed opportunity from Barlow. He's kicked, didn't go the 40 it needed to, and it's been chopped off last line mark taken by Askew. Askew's got a teammate in the back pocket. They'll go through the corridor. Smith on the bounce. Doesn't get to him. Chopped off. Intercepted by Duffy. Duffy gets it onto his teammate at McDonald. Around the corner he goes, but he went too long in the corner and missed it to the left. Minor score, Rowville 11-3-69, leading by 5 goals. Vermont 5-9-39. We're nearly at half-time.
Well, he stopped attacking the ball there, Cal Smith. He just let the ball stop. He didn't attack it.
I'd love to see the data that comes out from Premier Data on how many times Rowville have been able to score from forward 50 entries. I know they haven't all been goals, but they've done really well with the limited opportunities that they have to at least have a scoring shot.
So Wilcox took an eternity with the ball, got it back now, and he's made his way over the boundary line, so just hemmed in there at the moment. Rowville have worked their way back into this quarter nicely. They're just enjoying a bit of territory dominance for the meantime. 26 gone. You can see there on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, the lead's been cut back to 30. Still a long way to go, though, as Tulloch battles against Buxton, gets an elbow to it. Handball came out, nearly was around there. Couldn't quite get a massive fend off there from Grimstar. Now they're going to chain up here. Bit of Candy sold, had a bit of pressure on him. Bryant still got the kickoff. Footy fell short. Schruck's going to pick it up for Rowville. Get it to Edwards. Edwards' kick is smothered. Now they're going to go forward one more through Colclough. Footy's just going to find a bit of grass. McDonald's around there. Wind working hard. And we'll have a boundary throw in just inside the forward 50 pocket of Rowville. Vermont need to make a stand here. It would really hurt to let this slip back out to 6 goals. As the Rucks will go at it, Tulloch takes back position. Buxton gets a left hand to it. They're going to bring it out. Look for McCluskey. Footy wouldn't quite sit up for him. Pressure in the back from Stapleton. Ushered over the boundary line from Henry Smith. And we'll have another boundary throw in.
Well, Vermont they were almost close, almost getting into it. If they can get the ball out of defensive 50, get it towards their forward 50, without a scoring shot will give them a bit of momentum going in. I don't think 5 goals is actually that much going into half-time.
Sustained pressure from the Hawks. Buxton just gets a left fist to it. He's looking for Nearly, wrapped up against Davey. Umpire will call for it. So just the life being sucked out of this term a bit late on as it's become quite a cagey few minutes. Buxton looks to solve that by grabbing it out of the ruck. Dropped it though. It's kicked off the ground by Jenkins. Around it is Nearly. So to his Kai Barlow. But in the end, it's going to be picked up by Jackson McDonald. He'll get it to Davey. Davey looked to fend. Did he keep the footy in? Umpire says yes. Steps to his right. Looks for the lead-up option and just laced out Lockie Johns.
I thought he was out of bounds there.
And Johns will look to slingshot straight away, but Taylor's there and he's privy to it. 2v1 and neither of the Eagles flew, and it's Maverick Taylor instead taking the mark on the arc.
This will hurt if he puts this one through.
Would this be his 4th?
This would be his 4th.
Yep.
He's taken his tally to 20 on the season with his 3 today already. And I believe it's been 3 goals flat, so he'll kick from about 50 out. The run-up itself starts from about 30 out from the man on the mark. But here's Maverick Taylor from slightly greater than a 50-degree angle. From 50 out, kicks on its way. It might be pulling right, and it does. So it takes it to 3 goals 1 as Rowville hits 70. 11-4 plays 5-9. It is the Hawks by 31 points as we are nearing 29 gone in this second term.
It is very lucky for Vermont. That would have been very punishing. Had that as
in transition, so many of the Vermont players are on their heels when the kick comes to them, and when it falls short, they're so often been swooped on by the Hawks. It's amazing to see. Probably needs to be more urgency in receiving the ball from Vermont to be stopping those intercept goals.
And they did need a bit of a quicker transition moving out because all the Hawks players have been able to flood back now, making it really hard for them to move the ball forward.
Underneath it is Spencer. Good mark. So this is a couple of kick marks from Vermont as they go forward. Now they've got players sprinting towards goal, and another mark by Burke, who he ran with the kicker, and eventually he was 40 metres away and he took the mark, and it was a disputed one. Great grab under heaps of pressure by Burke.
That's unreal. It's a coast-to-coast, a kick mark. It's the cleanest we've seen Vermont all day.
That's a really good mark under pressure too by Noah Burke. Needs to finish it off here.
Definitely. From a 45-degree angle. There's the siren. He can't deviate off his mark. Puts it on the left post, and it misses to the right. That's a lot of wind drift there, I think, and it's a minor score. So Vermont don't close the gap by 6, only by 1. So at halftime, it's 30 to difference. Rowville 11-4, 70, leading Vermont 5-10, 40. A 30-point margin for the Hawks. We'll go to the goal kickers before the break.
Yes, we do. So we have for Rowville 3 goals to Lockie Wine and Mav Taylor, and then singles apart from that to Anthony Brolick, Mitchell Schruck, Seth McDonald, and the 2 to Nashua Wood in that opening half. Where we look to the Vermont Eagles, we have singles across the board going to Kai Barlow, Adrian Kowalski, Lachlan Jenkins, Cooper Leon, and Noah Burke. We're going to have a very short break before we bring in our half-time team. It is currently Rowville 11-4, 70, leading by 5 goals over Vermont 5-10, 40.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, and geez, what a great time we got here. All hail King Ray, as we see on the board there with geez, and all the angry faces, which is the one that made me laugh.
It's good to be at the home of the great Ray.
And he's got the
the high chair as well.
It was actually on the back of the guys this morning. There was a car seat here near the garbage, and the guys asked me, "When are you going to take the car seat away?" I said, "No, I think that's Ray's." I couldn't figure out why it wasn't on the back of his float, being ushered in.
Actually, I have noticed during the game today, he has actually been up on his high chair, right next to the timekeepers.
Yeah,
so.
all right. Well, we got to get going in this game here because we've got a contest down here at the moment. The Eagles, well, they came back after a really poor first quarter of footy, but the scoreboard reads at the moment 11-4, 70 to Vermont 5-10-40, so a 30-point lead for the Hawks heading into the third quarter here. They've really controlled this game, but Vermont came back. They kicked 5 goals that quarter, I should say, but they've also kicked 10 behind, so they've definitely getting some opportunities. It's just the skill error that's really costing this at the moment. We've got Josh Ward here and Matt Spider-Lee for the halftime show here today. So, Spider, I'll just throw you off first. So, as I mentioned, what do you think Vermont's doing right, and what do you think Vermont's doing wrong? I feel like there's a bit more negatives than positives. Obviously, the positives are they kicked 5 goals that quarter, though.
Yeah, well, let's start with the first quarter. Like, for the first 15 minutes, though, they were outplayed, and then their pressure, probably wasn't up to the level. And then in the back end of the quarter, they actually started to get better looks, and then at quarter time, Matt Adolf, he was really good the way he spoke because he wanted them to take the game on more. He wanted them to be brave with the ball. He wanted them to change up the angles a little bit, look a little bit lateral, look for the switch, really emphasise that when Rowville have the ball, they just need to be alert, defend stronger, and then we'll give them a chance if they can get the ball. So in that second term, I thought they completely dominated the game, to be honest. I thought all the opportunities that they had, and really, they could have kicked even a few more goals. I mean, they've got back into the game. They won the quarter. So I think if you're Vermont at the moment, you're pretty happy getting back into the contest because, Josh, I think what you saw in that second term is when Vermont get the game on their terms, they do look okay. They just look vulnerable when they go down back, because not having a guy like Ross down there today. And obviously the likes of Wine, who are just causing a lot of problems. The midfield, Rowville doing a lot of damage. So, but for Vermont, I think there's still a little bit of upside in this game.
Yeah. And for a Rowville point of view, I think they're ticking a lot of boxes, aren't they? Through the midfield as well. And as well, the two tall Timber down there and Lockie Wine and Matt Taylor, who've got 3 goals each at half-time. So they're doing a lot of good things for the Hawks at the moment.
Well, the delivery they're getting is second to none. We've seen it with East Ringwood when we saw them earlier in the year against Blackburn. The way they moved the ball from defence and delivered to their key targets in attack was exceptional, as is the case out here for Rowville. They're putting it on a platter, especially in that first quarter for a guy like Lockie Wynd, who is one of, if not the most dangerous forward in Premier Division, probably behind Josh Chackey, but he's been exceptional, and you can see why he's impacted the scoreboard with the 3 goals today, alongside Matt Taylor, who is such a good foil for someone like Wynd, as someone who flies under the radar, and he hadn't the last couple of years because Wine last year missed majority of 2025 due to injury, I'm pretty sure, and he's still being able to perform consistently. Is one of the star forwards for this Rowville side. Yeah,
and I think with what Vermont are doing when they go forward, guys like Burke start to have a bit more presence in the game. I thought their 2 rucks worked a lot better that quarter. Buxton and played a really good role through the middle. And we know what Oscar Dunn can do as well. So, and then when Moo looks like he's got a little bit of a presence down there. Cooper Leon has been playing. I thought he played really well that quarter. So got him back into the contest as well.
Kai Barlow's also shown a little bit as well. He's certainly a live wire and a handy presence. Obviously, started the season in the reserves. Has made a bit of an impact since coming into the senior lineup. I thought
as well, Lockie Jenkins is also getting into the game too. He's been pretty good for the Eagles.
Yeah, and it's just been at contest and clearance where Rowville have had the domination, and Vermont haven't been able to make an impact. All their work has had to come from their back half to transition the ball into their forward half.
It comes down to guys like Lachlan Dixon, Lockie Johns through that midfield area to really lift their intensity if Vermont are to truly get back in this contest.
just me, or do you feel like Lockie Johns hasn't really impacted this game?
I don't think so.
No, it hasn't had the impact they would like. But it'll be interesting whether it's worth throwing him into the middle just for early in part of this quarter, just see if they can get his hands on the ball, just see if he can do something a little bit special and give their forwards a little bit more options.
It also comes down to your senior leadership as well. Looking at your Lockie Johns, Adrian Kalkowski, Lockie Jenkins, who's starting to get there. Wilcox as well, he's definitely got the hardest job in the game right now, taking on Lockie Wind as well. But also comes down to your senior leaders from Vermont to lift and start to get these players involved too. So.
Yeah, and it's the ground balls that we've been talking about for Vermont. They're just not winning enough balls at ground level, and that's probably been a bit of a deficiency for Vermont over a period of time. But Rowville got to give them full marks at the moment, doing the job. But Vermont are well and truly in this game if they're prepared to work. And as they said at quarter time, you don't have to be in front at half time or three-quarter time. You've got to be in front at the end of the game. So if they chip away at this margin, they can give themselves an opportunity at three-quarter time.
I think Brett Lavaz, and I was speaking with him at that huddle, he mentioned they needed to use all three quarters. They were lucky they had 3 quarters left in this contest because they're going to need all 3 of those quarters and all 2 of these quarters to get themselves back into this contest. It starts in the first 10 minutes of the quarter out here, although they're kicking against what is probably the scoring end, so it'll be a bit of a challenge.
So I'm going to throw it up to both of you here. Rowville, do they go on what we've been known for, running out games really well here? Or can Vermont pull off the massive upset?
Rowville win by around about what they're in front by at the moment. I just think when they go into their forward line, they're just doing it a little bit more efficient than what Vermont are.
The problem is, though, with Vermont is they're going to be kicking to the wind end in the last quarter.
Yeah.
So if they can kick maybe 3 goals this quarter and Rowville maybe get 3 or maybe 2 to 1 or 2 goals, could be in Vermont's favour here. So Spiders sticking with Rowville. Are you sticking with Rowville?
I'll stick with Rowville by this margin. I think the breeze is a factor, but it's more so pushing across the ground rather than to one end. So I think it doesn't. I think that's clearly the scoring end. Vermont will have to restrict them this quarter.
No worries. All right, we might wrap it up here for the halftime show down here at Seebeck Oval. If you just joined us and you want to know the goal kickers, Lockie Wine's got 3, as well as Mav Taylor. 2 goals to Nash Wood, 1 to Seb McDonald, 1 to Mitch Schruck, and as well as the captain Anthony Brolick. All single goal kickers for the Eagles. Noah Berg with 1, Leon with 1, Jenkins with 1, Kalkowski with 1, and as well as Kai Barlow. So we're going to leave.
One final one. All hail King Kate.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and the burgers here at Rowville go down well as well.
Yes, indeed. So there you have it. Rowville lead by 30 points, 70 plays 40. We're going to bring back the call team for the second half straight after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back to Seebeck Oval here in Rowville. Rowville hosting the round 12 encounter in the Premier Division of the EFNL. Rowville leading by 30 points at halftime, 11-4-70. Vermont 5-10-40. It's a big margin, but the game seems and feels like after that second term it's a bit closer in the battle. Gavin Casey, Chris Cordis and Wayne Brasher are immediately with me at the moment. Then we've got on the boundary Blake and James, as we're just waiting for the players to come to their positions before the third quarter gets underway. Brash, what's your thoughts heading into this third term?
Well, I think the opening 10 minutes is going to be really important for Vermont here. Look, I suppose I'm doing the bleeding obvious, but look, they need to try and find a way, if they can, to see whether they can go on scoreboard pressure.
So if the problem for Vermont is they can get some territorial ascendancy, but it doesn't mean that the scoreboard, that they'll get the goal against them. So they're always on the guard that the fast break counter attack is against them. So this 5-goal margin seems big for that very reason. Let's go to boundary, James Gangan.
I feel like for this first 10, 5, 15 minutes, I feel like if Vermont get the jump here, it's game on for me. Like they have shown a lot of class. There's just a little bit of finishing the final of 450, but if they can clean that up, they've got every right to think they can win this game.
That's an interesting observation, James. I'm happy that you've looked at it that way. I think that, yes, if they do play their cards right, they can get back in this contest.
So first goal's massive, as we've just heard, and it will start with this first centre clearance as it's Schoenmakers winning the hit out, gets it to Stapleton. Handball was too hot for Coughlin, and now it's going to be Jenkins going to ground to get it. Slips out a handball to Grimster, and now it's going to make its way back to Vermont inside forward 50. Few Rowville defenders around it, nearly got a handball off, and here's a chance on the check side, and it's going to go through. Absolutely massive, we just alluded to, and it is Lachlan Dixon with the first of the second half.
Excellent goal there, and that's exactly what Vermont needed to do. Get that first goal, get the confidence up early in this third quarter. Just try and, get some momentum back into this contest and see if they can put some perceived pressure on Rowville as the game progresses throughout the last half.
Yeah, it's good to see Kolkowski get involved. I think if they're not going to take marks in the forward line, they need energy around the
They've
packs.
just got to keep running the ball into the forward 50, Gav.
And then they'll get guys like Oppie and Kolkowski dangerous. And now the free kick goes the way of the Eagles. They're quick to play on. They go straight down the middle. There is Kolkowski running onto it. He's been tackled as he tries to get a hand pass on. And because he had an attempt at getting rid of it, it's holding the ball against him. And Davey, the 250 man, will take the free kick off halfback, just as the Eagles had some big momentum. Short kick, and it's a turnover. It's like he pinpointed it to Spencer. Spencer didn't know how lucky he was. He's not wearing brown and yellow, is he?
Doesn't look like it.
Well, he kicked it straight to him. And now he goes out wider because Rowville flood back. And it's in the hands of Kolkowski. He's got a runner close to the boundary line. Hand pass over again. They're trying to get it moving, but they've just got a roadblock in the brown and gold roadblock there as Lee Green just drops his phone, I think. I don't know what he did.
It was more like throwing it, actually, but, anyway.
What are the options for Vermont here? Because they can't kick the ball straight into the goal square. What are they going to be doing?
They've got to keep moving the ball around in their forward 50 and hit their targets.
Here's Spencer, goes long from 50, loads it up. Is there a mark? Amu twice. Couldn't take the grab down with him. He says he's being scragged as he had 2 bites at the cherry. And he had one arm up. The other arm looked like it wasn't joining to take the mark, and he says it was because he was impeded. He goes the ruck. It's close to the goal line. Hawks are trying to get it out, and they kick, but Vermont set up, bounce of the ball, eludes the Vermont player, so they're going to run through Davey. Has he got to take a bounce soon? It's about 20 metres, flat out running with the ball tucked on in rugby league style. Now the ball goes long and running with the flight. Getting the first back there is Wine, takes a mark. And this will suck the energy out of the Eagles if Wine can pot this from 50.
He got caught out of position there.
Yeah, Wilcox is 3 or 4 metres away from
He
him.
overcommitted too, don't you think, Em?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he got there just in time, but it wasn't enough against a quality player.
So that Davey where he tucked it under the arm, that extra 5 or 10 metres he ran, just got the defence out of whack. And it's Wine from, well, he's put it to the right post, and that is the right point post. And with this win, it's going out on the road. So
that's an uncharacteristic poor kick there from Wine. He's normally more accurate than that.
So Johns will get proceedings back underway as he takes this kick. Pinpoint pass, finds Wilson. We'll just chip one. Find a teammate. So Vermont still in their defensive 50 as it stands. Just a short one back to Wilson. Mark Pade. Just probing at the moment. Vermont looked to give a handball off. Didn't do so. Play on call. Will go down the line. Will Verrill will stand under and take the intercept mark.
And if you're going to play that type of possession game, you've got to make sure you hit your target.
Has been good so far, Will Verrill, and he'll look to get it back inside forward 50. Intercept mark taken by Isaacs. Was it paid? Yes, eventually it was. And he'll just give the handball. So now they'll look to go a bit quicker. Jenkins gives it to Johns. A few stalwarts of this Vermont side linking up well here. Just good body contact out the back from the Rowville defence. And now they get it to Brolick. You can go one further to McDonald. Instead, he does now.
A good press by Vermont there, making that decision very, very hard.
So here is Seth McDonald. A bit further down the field than we normally see him. Just finds Gamble. And it's all very controlled, and it's slowed down a lot from what we've seen early on in the other 2 quarters as this one would just make its way over Dunn. Edwards takes the mark, gives it off to Brolick, his partner in crime, looks inside forward 50. Stainthorpe couldn't quite take it. Vermont will go backwards to go forwards to Johns. Johns will now chip it over to Wilcox. Wilcox has Isaacs in front of him, look to give it, instead gives the handball to him. Now Isaacs has a bit of work to do. Gets it on the right boot, it's a bit of a mongrel of a kick. Intercept mark taken by Schoenmakers.
It's that kick out from defensive 50 that Vermont is struggling with. All their numbers are flooding down into the back line. They don't have many targets.
Gamma will get the handball receive and just lace out Luke Wilson in the purple and gold Eagles strip. He's got Leon calling for it in front of us in this near side wing. Instead, he'll lace one out down the corridor. Mark taken well by Kalkowski, who's worked himself into this game.
Bit of an ear massage with the spoil.
Looking to give a handball receive. Instead, darts left, looking for teammate, and Mark taken. No, not quite. Yes, it was paid eventually.
His hands were taken away from him there.
So there's Leon. We just chip it back into the centre here for Kalkowski. Harder runner instead chips one. Asked a lot of his teammate in Isaacs, who's got a lot of work to do. Duffy provided the body work. Stainthorpe provided the kick. One will provide the mark, and he's 1v1 again.
So
and this kick will be from closer in.
That's twice that Wine's been left by himself.
Yep.
I don't know what the percentages were with that kick.
Yep.
And it just seemed like one kick too many through the middle there for Vermont. They were doing well and they turned it over. So Wilcox stands the mark. Some 30 to 35 metres out. It'll be Wine from a 45-degree angle. Saw him miss his last one out on the full to the right. Sure, a player of his quality will adjust for this one. So here's Lockie Wine to respond for Rowville. Kicks on its way, and it is absolutely automatic. Lockie Wine gets his 4th of the day, takes his season tally to 40 goals, and that moves his scoreboard to Rowville, 12-4-76. reinstating their 30-point lead over Vermont, 6-10-46.
I might be outfield here, but I wouldn't mind seeing Vermont make a couple of moves. I'd like to see Dunn in the ruck. I'd like to see Armu, who's not in the contest, get him up at centre half forward and maybe try and pinch it with Wale Buxton down at full forward or just patrolling that forward line just so that he takes a bigger player.
Oh my God, you shot me down so much when I suggested that in the second term.
Did I?
You're absolutely ridiculous,
You
that
didn't
is.
like Buxton in the forward line, I remember that
I
one.
did say that. Yes, you're right. Sorry, Gav.
Oh, geez, you're like an elephant.
Goldfish. He's a goldfish. 3 seconds.
Sorry, you're right. Elephants got long memories. My bad. Yes.
But big ears.
There's a game of football on. Let's go. Moving on.
I just thought at that time, yeah, you're right though, Gav. I mean, yeah, I probably shouldn't have poo-pooed that idea or that thought early on.
You just get grumpy, Brash, that's all.
Buxton had 3 goes to the ruck. Finally, Vermont get it out through Smith. Callum Smith back of the square goes long. 2 grabs at it. Nice mark. And it's now in the hands of Leon. Leon spins around. He's quick to play on. He tried to get his teammate in Dixon to take the mark in the pocket, but the spoil comes in from Coughlin. So, again, the wall of defence from Rowville's elite.
And these are the really interesting moments in the game where it's there's a ball up on the top of the 50 and there's heaps of players back for Rowville, but then Vermont's got their players back in case it's turned over the other way. It's a really 50-50 game at this point.
Ground level, Schoenmakers was good. Now he's been wrapped up in a tackle because it bounced back into his arms and Amu said you're going nowhere, and we'll have a ball up 40 metres from the goal of Vermont. This is probably where they can take advantage. Around the stoppages, they've been good. Smith picks it off, goes around the corner, close to the boundary line. Who's going to mark it? Ground level again, Dixon. He's going to be wrapped up in a tackle. Does get his hand past Kolkowski, can't pounce. And the defence jump on him. And it's another ball up. That's a pull off the... Well, the umpire's not falling for it, but I'm not liking the punch and tackling efforts by Martingale to be tough because it could result in a free kick against. Ground level. Push off, and there's going to be a free kick, and it's going the way of Vermont. Eventually, that push and shove by the Hawks players, it means they've been penalised for a bit too much physicality, and it's a free shot at goal for Kolkowski.
Well, it's almost like the umpire had to do something about that just to clear the area there for a minute.
Well, there was 2 free kicks, but he picked the Kolkowski push in the back, and it's going to be a free shot at goal from point-blank range, and Vermont score the goal. It is now Vermont 7.
Smith's around the footy. Absolutely riveting conversation in the commentary van at the moment as Johns flicks out a handball to Smith again. There's going to be Jenkins looking to do some sweeping up. Cocklo's going to provide the pressure. Will Verrill's around. They got hunted down by Jenkins. It's going to be a call there. Nothing came, and it is a boundary throw-in.
I quit.
Second and third and fourth effort by Jenkins, magnificent.
Him and Josh Spencer have been outstanding in this game post the first quarter. They were good in that too, but obviously they were beaten down there as Buxton gets the tap this time. Going to ground was a fair few players. One of them was that man, Josh Spencer.
Actually, that Dixon Brolick contest has been an interesting one this afternoon as well.
Schoenmakers wins the hit out uncontested. Instead, rising highest was McCluskey. He's wrapped up immediately again.
The problem for Dixon, he can't do both. He can't be inside and outside, can he?
No, he cannot.
So Cole bringing the heat in the defensive aspect of this contest so far. Edwards going to be wrapping up his direct opponent once more. We're 11 and a half gone in this third term. It is the Hawks by 24. That tackle laid this time by Jonty Duffy. Umpire will call for it again.
So Vermont have an extra in the stoppage, but Rowville have an extra about that kick away.
So it's just going to be thrown on the left boot. It's a high kick. Martingale couldn't quite get there himself. McCluskey gets the clearance now. 2v2 in the forward 50. If Vermont can go quick enough, they can't do so just yet. Applying the pressure is Cal Verrill. He's wrapping up his opponent in Henry Smith immediately.
And
it was Amu, my apologies.
And it's that +1 in defence that results in that passage of play. So Vermont getting the ball, but it's just not getting it clean enough.
So Amu will go into the ruck himself. Just tapped it forward with 2 hands. Tapped it straight to Cal Verrill. This time Nashua Wood's got a bit of work to do and he'll just take the footy over the boundary line. So what feels like the 100th stoppage in quick succession we're going to have in this third term. But we're just inching closer and closer to the Vermont uprights as it's Tulloch that will win the hit out this time. It's gone to fall to Spencer, who's wrapped up in a fantastic tackle there by Verrill. Didn't let him go anywhere, and as a result, wins.
Up and then they burst. And this kick is out. Well, is it out on the full these days?
Should be.
On the bounce from the kicker? No, because of the you can walk out of the. There's no kicking out of without being touched anymore by the seams of it. But the kick went straight out of bounds on the bounce, so it'll be a ball in, 55 metres around from Vermont's goal. Ground level, nearly rose from Buxton. High kick in the pocket, it's drifting with the wind and out of bounds on the full. So no shot at goal eventuates for Vermont, but around the ruck contest, they're starting to get first hands.
So we've got about 45 minutes left of this game, and not much from a score perspective. Vermont, do you reckon they're in it, Brash?
There's the wind again.
They need another couple of goals, Em, I think.
That kick was hoping to be 5 metres inboard from the boundary, but it got brushed off, and now it's a kick. Long ball by Oppie. Goes across ground. He hoped for a marker, but it's in defence. Looks like Taylor's drifted back to take a relieving mark, so it's all hands at the pump here as Brolick takes a receiving kick at halfback. He goes short to McDonald. The experienced players are reading this as a game on the edge, even though they lead by about 4 goals. They're going backwards, possession, play. Another kick goes backwards to Verrill. Cal Verrill's got a short, so they go from outer side now, where they were grandstand side. And we've got some sharing. We've got time to go to boundary riders.
Yeah, just watch out here for Lockie Stapleton. He's just gone into the rooms of the trainers for Rowville here. So he's just got 2 trainers by the looks of it. So we'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, if you can find out, because he's a critical cog of this Rowville midfield.
Get Ray Baird on the job.
Yeah, get our experienced man on him. It's out forward to Spencer. He takes on the tackle and he kicks it, and that's a diving mark in the gully. No mark given, so Brolick might be the run-on player. He hands it off to his teammate. Mungale goes long from half back to half forward. Quickly go Rowville. Bounce of the ball doesn't suit Verrill, but he's the first one onto it. He's been tackled. He's trying to stand up in the tackle. He does so. Now he becomes the tackler, so that is an interesting contest to watch. And Luke Wilson liked his game.
Yeah, he's done all right, Luke Wilson.
And he's showing some affection in a football way to his opponent, says, well done, mate. Roving ball goes into Dixon's hand. His quick kick goes around the corner. Burke has to scrap against the couple. Now he's got some support. Kalkoski runs onto it. Burke, can he get it? No, close to the line. He spills it over the line.
It's just those little 1-2 plays, Em, that Vermont have been trying that just haven't come off for them this afternoon.
Yeah, it's just not been as consistent as when Rowville get the ball. They're managing to actually execute those little things that you're talking about, Brash.
So rucks more or less cancel each other out. Here's Smith. We'll just see it over the boundary line.
Had they got on top of that, they had a 2-on-1, which is very rare in this game. They had a 2-on-1 in their forward 50. Would have been great for them for a shot on goal.
It's done against Tulloch once more. The relieving rucks going at each other. Dixon shrugged the tackle, just sends it inside forward 50. Moose standing under the footy, gets a mid to it. There's Burke. Burke's going to run off. Burke's going to kick the goal. Vermont have life.
And that's exactly what you were just saying then. They needed a 2-on-1. They haven't hardly had one of them all afternoon. They created that one there, and they were rewarded.
Well, that's been the trouble, is that Rowville just had so many players down there, so haven't had any clean shots. Awesome work. That's the stuff that we want to see from Vermont. Contesting really well now.
Well, it's almost like that they've got to try and capitalise on the mistakes that Rowville make, like Rowville did early on.
Yep. And Rowville aren't actually doing that as much this quarter or even, a bit of that second quarter as well. They have their spells, those good couple of minutes.
Bit off the ball. Here comes a card. You can hear the Fex mic. The people saw this. This is so obvious, and Rowville will be one player sent off.
Who got sent off there?
It is now Stainthorpe. Kyle Stainthorpe. He said, I was getting pushed and shoved, and he reacted in a way that can't be tolerated. And he's been sent off, and it was so obvious that you could hear the roar of the fans going up. And then the umpire, just a simple decision. The man outside the square just walks up and says, you're off.
What do you got there, James?
He just wasn't thinking with that one. I feel like with that type of play, you just got to take it. You can't retaliate like that. You're going to be in trouble every time you do it.
So you reckon a bit of a brain fade, mate?
Yeah, exactly. I feel like with the the form he's been in today especially, that's a big hit for the Hawks. I reckon with Vermont coming now, might that be the moment that drags Vermont over the line in the end? We don't know.
Good call there by
100
James.
metres away from where the thing is too.
So done. Long kick. Vermont catching fire in this game. Ground level ball. Spencer applying the pressure. Bounces up. Tries to grab it. Hawks under a heap of pressure. And it's a ball up 30 metres from goal.
I reckon for the first time in this game, I think Vermont is sensing a bit of belief, Gav.
Yep. And they've probably worked out the formula. Keep it low. Go, go, go! And they've got it from the tap, and it's going to be a goal.
Callum
and it's
Smith.
Smith who gets the goal. They're pouncing now. This is game on. Vermont close to 11 points. 9-11-65. Vermont close on Rowville, who are 12-4-76.
And they've just been chipping away, maintaining possession, and now they're getting the reward.
Like I said, sometimes, Em, you've got to make something out of nothing, and that was a goal there that Smith made out of nothing because he really wasn't entitled to win that possession.
Well, goal's a goal as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that's it. You take them when you can get them.
Get the territory, then think about how you're going to score. That's a good formula for Vermont.
And now all of a sudden you look at the scoring, shots are at 16-20 Vermont's way, and this is starting to look like the momentum's shifting a fair bit, but Rowville looking to wrangle it back in their favour as they'll win the centre clearance. Davey has a bit of work to do, lost his footing. Kalkowski looked back and saw he had space. He was clear of Colclough. Kick goes inside 50. It's through the hands of Barlow. A lot of work to be done over there, and Marningal puts his body on the line to get it over for a boundary throw in.
A ball is bouncing in the favour of Vermont. The whole game has changed.
That it has.
So vital moment now in this third term as we are 30 seconds from time on. Still a lot of footy left to be played before a siren. As Showmakers look to get it out of the ruck. Dunn will go to ground. Look to flick out a handball. Colclough get it. Couldn't quite tell if it was tackling or handballing. And we'll have another ball up as Brolich holds his man. Dunn, Showmakers again. Dunn lost his footing. Showmakers grabbed it out. Brolich swung. Big swing though, ding with a left boot.
Pressure's on Rowville now, and you can see it in the way that they're not setting up the way that they were in the first quarter. So their structure's gone, their form's not as great.
Showmakers copped the high free kick in the ruck contest. Chance to just kill the game a bit. Instead, he gives a handball receive off to Gamma, who will look down the wing. He nearly hit Wilcox on the head. Instead, it was a shoulder. John's happy to just see it over the boundary line.
Why haven't the players woken up to Nick Showmakers? He's never takes a kick. He's always looking to handball off. Opposition sides need to start looking at that.
Is that a tools thing? We saw that yesterday with McInerney as well.
Davey couldn't quite pick it up. Done wrapped up by Stapleton, who's back out on the ground now. We can see Dixon turns tackler there.
No, you're right, because that was exactly the same thing that was happening yesterday. They were actually predicting what he was doing in the end, and that's how Park Orchards managed to nullify his effect.
Big fly from both rucks, but Dixon had a handful of Brolick's jersey. So now a chance for a forward 50 entry, and that's exactly what they'll look for. One will go from the back of Wilcox. Couple flyers out of Taylor was there. It's come down. Umpire will call for it.
There is a belief. The belief is here. Brash, do you believe?
Oh,
goodness me, Brash. Seriously, man. As Johns is wrapped up.
Look, I'm a very hard task.
Have a bit of fight. It's 11 points, man.
He's impartial.
I'm a hard taskmaster.
Goodness me. Tulloch against Buxton this time. Tulloch wins a hit out. There's Duffy looking to wheel away on the left boot. He's going to kick, and it's been pulled left. Just the behind, just a minor score there. 12 points to game.
Vermont get on this quick, they'll catch Rowville out.
And they needed that goal, really. A player of Jonty Duffy's calibre.
You can sense how the game's changed, because in the first half, that would have been a goal.
Yeah.
Rowville would have snuffed out any hope. They always did. But now in the urgency for them to try to counter... Sorry, Lee, you're going to say something?
The pressure's on.
Sorry, you keep going. I'm just focusing on the mob of kangaroos out in the background. Which Megan was as well. She's seen them, and there's about 1,000 of them out there.
I see what you mean now. Yeah. Beautiful. And now the kick out as we get back to the footy has been chopped off by Davey. Davey, he's outside his scoring range, but he's come so inboard on the kick. He stole a march there.
Really
now
nice
he
Davies game.
centres it. High flyers go at it. Vermont have got the numbers to punch it away. Davey will be the rover from the punch, funny enough. And now his hand pass under tackle was throw or holding the ball. It's a free kick to Vermont. Their pressure ratings are going through the roof, and it's now making turnovers into goals, which was the other way around in the first half. Let's see what Vermont can do for Spencer. He goes backwards, and I'm not loving the choice of Wilcox because he's not a reliable kick, and he concedes a point because it got so from 40 metres out, it went to the point post, and Wilcox spills it over the line. I'm not sure why you'd go to Wilcox anyway because it's not a great kick. And anyway, it's Vermont getting a clear possession out wide, and it's Grimster. I'll only say it quietly because I respect his football ability. But it's now Grimster looking on out wide, going long, and it's been a mark taken by the Hawks. They'll go out towards McDonald. McDonald in the middle of Seebeck Oval. They go from left to right. Davey, he'll be under pressure to mark it. He drops it under the heat. And now Oppie's the hand pass received. He's a runner, and he gets a short pass to an open player. It is his teammate in Leon. Leon wanted to play on quickly. He fell over just as he had a teammate running past him, Barlow. Barlow still may be an option.
I reckon he held that up because he knew that there were no Vermont players down there whatsoever.
Big flies come in, ground level. It's Burke handing it off to Dixon. Dixon hands it off. Jenkins lines it up, and he misses.
Rowville are doing so well to get those numbers back. Vermont weren't able to just run and take the game on then. And that's the thing that's really holding Vermont up now is still those numbers that flood back. They have to be just so much more quicker to flood back with them.
So, Chris, it was 41 at quarter time, 30 at half time. It's only an 11-point game now.
That's exactly right, and it might be even less as this quarter goes on. Wilcox against Wine. Wilcox is in front position. This time he wins that duel. But Wine happy to just lock the footy in and get his team some territory. 24.5 gone in the third term, as we've just heard. 11 points the margin here. As it's Buxton, he hits it out, but just the showmakers who did the roving work. Plenty of bodies inside 50. Tulloch's looking to spin his man. Can't quite do so. Duffy will win the foot race. Got set upon immediately.
Well done by Henry.
Throw-in.
That's an excellent piece of defensive work there by Henry Smith. He sacrificed a stoppage there. That could have easily been a goal.
Closed the gap incredibly quickly. As it's Tulloch against Buxton. They cancel each other out. Johns was around it. Will Verrill had an arm around the shoulder. Umpire said nothing doing. Must have thought he ducked. Davies running towards it. He has no time on the footy whatsoever as he's tackled over the boundary line.
You're right, because he was about to ping him for holding the ball, but he got rid of it just in time.
So the umpires will call for it. We're now outside the Rowville forward 50. About 60 or so from the uprights. Buxton will win the hit out. Stapleton got a kick, smothered by Buxton. Davies' kick goes inside 50 though. Bounces past Taylor. Wine against Wilcox. Wilcox against Wine. Wilcox stuck it. Free kick paid. And a bit of afters now. There's a bit of feeling in this one here at Seebeck Oval as Wilcox will go quickly towards the wing. Martingale got a crucial right hand to it. Wilson flicks a handball forward. Stapleton turns tackler. Footy still loose. Duffy's around it. Martingale has the ball in hand. There's Coughlin. Footy kick spoiled. Or smothered, I should say. There's Schruck just hoofing it forward. Wilcox will be at the front. Drop what he should have taken. Spins clear of Wind. Now did he get a handball off? Umpire says yes. Oppie looking to wheel away. Duffy applied the tackle. Still Wilson here. Still Vermont. He's Smith. Wants the boundary line. I need a breath. Gav, take away.
Well, this is that
was such a good call. That was so good.
But this is the sort of contest that I want to see from these two sides. Hard, tough, uncompromising football. This is what these two sides have built themselves on over the years.
Tulloch in front of Buxton, but it hits the ground and the pack jump on it. You can see that both teams are tiring because there's been a lot of energy, more energy than a quick Chris Cordes call. It's been a lot go into this quarter. So who's the battle? Survival of the fittest, I reckon, to end this quarter. 27 minutes gone. Ball up 50 metres away from Rowville's goal. Tulloch in the ruck, nullified Buxton. Ground level, Rowville can't get out of the pack, and the tackle by Smith was effective. We'll have another ball up.
He's done some good things since quarter time, Callan Smith.
Now the hand pass spooned out wider. Jenkins can't get onto it. He's probably happy to see the boundary. I think Vermont will take this.
Oh, yeah.
They'll take this to three-quarter time and reset. What, being 5 goals down at half-time, if they trail only by 11, and if they can sneak a goal, all the better. But this has been a great quarter by the Eagles. And the tackle applied means that Kolkoski gets on it. He's tackled Buxton. He wheels backwards to try to get away. Jenkins is his helpful teammate. Bounces the ball. Doesn't elude two. So it'd be Rowville loading up. Long ball. What a mark in defence. What a mark in defence by Smith. He was fourth in line. It nearly hit him in the head. It was flying that quickly. But
Leo
what a
Barry
mark.
of the quarter, don't you reckon?
Yeah, he's done 3 pressure acts in this quarter, Henry Smith, that have saved goals.
Luke Wilson has been good in this third term, directing traffic, wants it long, and we'll just pump it long, and that brings the third term to an end. It's Rowville 12-5-77, their lead being whittled down by Vermont, 9-12-66, 11 points the margin as the Eagles are chipping away, and this game has signs of life, even if Wayne Brusher next to me doesn't want to admit it yet. Your goal kickers before we go to our final break. Lachlan Wine with 3, Mav Taylor with 3. There is 2 to Nashua Wood and singles 2, Seth McDonald, Mitch Schruck and Anthony Brolick, as they just kicked 1 goal in that third term. And on the Vermont side of things, we now have 2 to Kalkowski and 2 to Noah Burke, as they also have singles to Callum Smith, Cooper Leon, Lachlan Jenkins, Kai Barlow and Lachlan Dixon. We are going to have a short break, and when we return we will hear from the Rowville huddle and also from the Vermont huddle to bring you the final quarter of action in this barnstorming fixture we have out here at Seebeck Oval. It is currently Rowville 11 points to the good at 3/4 time.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
EFNL game day. It's a cracker Sunday here at Rowville. Seebeck Oval. Rowville leading this game that has closed considerably from what was a 41-point margin at quarter time, 30 points at half time, but now it's only 12. It's Rowville 12-6-78 leading Vermont 9-12-66. Round 12 will come to a conclusion in half an hour.
Oh, 66. Oh, am I just blind.
No, it's 66.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got.
Let me fix that.
I'll take it. 9. Yeah, that'll do.
Well, as I said,
Scoreboard's been up.
Vermont on 9-12-66, trailing by 12 points. We didn't think that an hour ago that this would be a close game. Momentum's all with the boys in purple and yellow. We've got the boys on the boundary side to chat to us and get a coach's interview before the fourth quarter. Gavin Casey, Chris Cordes, Wayne Brasher and Emily Mackay. And we're talking about what is now a great game, but we'll go to Blake Tennant, the boundary side.
Yeah, just down here with Ben Wise. Ben, you highlighted the contested game that Vermont is doing really well in that third quarter, probably why they got back into it. Is that something you want to try get out of the game from Vermont?
I just think we probably lost our way a little bit with our structure and our shape around the footy, and they just wanted it probably a little bit too much, a lot harder than what we did, and it was pretty evident. I think our contested ball was down probably 10 or 12, so that's an area of the game that we've got to get better at, and I think if we bring that, we'll be in the contest.
Are you going to swing any magnets coming around for this last quarter? I know there's obviously some big-time players in this Rowville team. Are you swinging any, or are you just going to keep the faith in the group that you've been doing today?
Well, I don't have many magnets to swing. I got Staney off. He's off for another probably 10 minutes. I got Sugar down as well. So in terms of what I can swing, I'm a little bit limited for the next probably 10 minutes, but then we'll see how we go in the second half of the quarter.
No worries. Enjoy the rest of the game.
I just spoke with listening to the Vermont coach. He's saying just in this last quarter, team first footy, full ball control. Let's see if they can replicate what they just brought into the third quarter, which has got them back into this contest.
Yeah, I sort of agree with that. Look, you'd have to agree, since quarter time, and the thing is, Vermont have had to really play a different type of game than they normally would have after that first quarter. But kudos to them. They've had to reinvent themselves, and they have got themselves back into the contest, but they still need to find another goal, I think, just to give them a bit more of that belief, you think?
Well, it was kudos to them. They were beast to a honeypot in the first quarter with the pressure that Rowville were putting on. And if they continue to spread like they were doing in that last quarter in particular, that allows a bit more space in the forward line. And for those forwards to get to work, because you were saying before, they don't really have those tools.
No.
They don't have a line, for example. But I think they're doing really well with what they've got. And I reckon they're right in it.
Really looking forward to this half an hour of Premier Division football on a Sunday. It's Vermont trying to get the first centre clearance. 12-point game. Rowville leading, but momentum with Vermont as they go to the right of screen. Had been the scoring end of the first half. Going at it again. Rucks go at it. Good work by Schoenmakers just to try to keep it in front of himself.
I think the one thing that Vermont have done well since quarter time is their tackling pressure on the ball carrier has been very, very good.
Here's the big man, Buxton, using his strength and height to advantage to take it out of the contest. Hand passes it on. Tackles have to fly in from Spencer. It's another ball up. So we're just having a bit of calm before the storm, I reckon. Knock forward. Ground level ball won by the Eagles. Kalkowski's in position, kicks it around the corner, high, up and under, hoping a man will eventually be there for him. But late to the party was his teammate. And it'll be Rowville again holding up. Short pass to Edwards. They will probably play some slow kick football for a little bit.
So Tyler Edwards said earlier on in the broadcast, goes at about 32 touches a game. He's probably back up there again today. Mav Taylor's around it as Wilcox couldn't quite get there himself. Now he's Wilcox. Kick smothered by Davey. Missed the 250. Gets it inside. Was that a mark taken? No, not quite. Isaac spins away with it. Gets it to Buxton. He's looking for a handball. Gives it back to Isaacs. Almost need the ball forwards. He's Showmakers now. Brolick just hoofs it inside 50. There's a couple out the back, but playing in front is Tulloch, who takes the mark and looks around somewhat frantically for a forward that's about 25 out.
That was a really poor option by Liam Buxton, and we should have banged the ball into the forward 50 then instead of giving they went one too many with that handball.
Yeah, it almost looked like he didn't quite want to kick it himself.
No, he didn't.
Very astute observation as here's Zach Tulloch. Little to no angle here. Will be kicking from about 25 out.
Also former Eastern Rangers player as well.
So go a long way for the Hawks as Tulloch's going to come in. Throw it on the right boot. It started right. It's going to stay right. Missed opportunity for Rowville.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Chris. That was a gilt-edged opportunity there.
Blake Tennant.
Yeah, and I just want to also touch on as well how good Will Verrill has been on Lockie Johns today. Ben Wise gave him massive praise during that three-quarter time break.
Also to add on, since quarter time, the Eagles have over doubled the score of the Hawks at the moment. So if that poor start costs them, then you can look into positive notes for the rest of the year for Vermont, I reckon.
Yeah, I just don't think they mastered the plan going forward, did Vermont. And now that they have, they're right in this contest. Buxton in the ruck gets pushed forward by Schoenmakers. Good body work, says the umpire, so play goes on. Kick inside 50. Wilcox punches it out, and there'll be a free kick for holding as Wilcox had front position and Wind impeded him. The kick goes sideways. Finds a teammate in McCluskey. McCluskey looks even wider. It has to hit the target, hits the turf. Rowville not good enough to pick it up through Barlow. McDonald tries to spoon a hand pass out. Tulloch's in there and about. Barlow's and Duffy's under heap of pressure. Quick kick around the corner. Taylor! He knows where a goal is. He just picked it up and said, I'll show you the way, boys. And that's a vital goal for Rowville. 13-7, 85, leading by 19. Taylor's fourth. A bit of magic from nothing.
Yeah, a lot of helter-skelter there. And Taylor, once again, shows what he's a true forward and a craftsman at work.
It's also, again, just Rowville just capitalising on when the ball is close to their forward 50, they get those shots on goal and they're converting at just a better rate than what Vermont are too. 13-7 to 9-12. Imagine if those 12 were converted into goals.
So Rowville strike first. Push the margin back out to 19. It's 4 kicks. Buxton copped the knee to the rib. It's still got the hit out, but put it straight down the throat of Brolick. 2v2 there. There's Taylor. Got a good two hands to it, but couldn't quite take it cleanly. Oh, now they're looking to bring it out through askew. Umpire called for the ball. Maybe a bit generous there for Riley Askew.
I think he was very lucky there, Chris.
Yeah, he hatched it.
So Rucks will go at it, cancel each other out. Brolick's out the back of the stoppage. Spin move, left foot, shot at goal. It's going to drop short. Wilcox will fly. Ran through a man. Now it's still there. Isaac's got a handball but got his arms dropped. Edwards might apply some pressure. No, it's Colclough. And the umpire will call for the ball up.
Well, Buxton's won the last 2 hit-outs, but it's gone to Rove. But he's actually hit it to Rowville's advantage.
And that just about happens again as Edwards picks the footy up and is set upon instantly. So it'll be Tulloch against Buxton this time. Buxton going up against the ruck 2 of Rowville. Isaac's had it slapped out of his hands. Here's Tulloch. The ruckman's going to throw it on the right boot and he's pulled it wide. Another chance to put this game away. Gone begging for the Hawks as they move to 13-8, 86. Plays Vermont 9-12, 66. It's a 20-point margin, just over 5 gone in the fourth.
Yeah, he just hasn't got the radar going. Tulloch pushing it right. Now the kick clears out, but only as far as a big mark taken by Schoenmakers. He hand passes it backwards. He's got a teammate in Wood. Wood loads up a long ball. It's drifting to the pocket. Wilcox sets himself up. The spoil comes in late, and it's an impeding one. And it's going to be a free kick for Vermont.
You're right again there, Brush. The handball received instantly as soon as Schoenmakers got to it.
One player for Vermont that's probably had a real dirty day is Armu. He hasn't got near it today.
Yep. It's unfortunately not his day, but he can be a hero if he imposes himself. And here's a chance. Gets pushed under it, and now he might pick it up at ground level, but no. Others get involved, and it's going to be a ball up as the ball's under many hands and feet.
Well, I've watched him play. He's a good footballer. He just has not been able to get in the contest today.
Buxton got manhandled. Johns gets involved, hands it off to Smith. Smith dodges, walks around people. That is brilliant, close to the line. Armu underneath it, got the position to take the mark, but he's just always getting pushed underneath it. And that's good defence by his opponent.
He's got a bit of class, Callum Smith. You know, I like the way he plays his football. He's going to be a really good footballer when he matures.
Buxton front position, wrestles with Schoenmakers ground level. It was by Verrill. Davey, his kick smothered. 2 smothers in a row. Vermont are on now. The pressure is getting around and the smothers just show that they're really tracking their opponents well.
It's exactly what they need, but now they need to start to put this pressure onto scoreboard pressure at the moment. Still a 20-point margin. Buxton gets the arm across his opponent, gets it to Johns. Fed a handball out to Kalkowski. Now there's a couple under it. One of them was Schruck, got a hand to it, but he's Smith. Steps back, looked for it on the left, didn't get anywhere near the right amount on the ball. Here's Dixon, spun away from one just about, look for a right side, check side from about a 95-degree angle. Kalkowski will sweep up. He's set upon by Colclough instantly. Footy will make its way over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in.
No left foot, Brash?
No, it was pretty ugly, wasn't it, Gav?
Yeah, because I don't mind him not having a left foot, but trying to bend it when you're walking backwards.
Yeah, it's no bend it like Beckham there.
So Showmakers and Buxton. This time it's Showmakers grabbing it out of the ruck. Gets it to Edwards. Looked for Brolick. Footy won't quite set up for him. Johns took a tumble. Brolick gets his own handball. Gives it to Colclough. Runs through a man. Colclough one more over the top to McDonald. McDonald can go turn and go here. He will. Seth just chips a kick to Matt Davey. And Davey looked to pass. He's inside forward 50 here. He could be selfish and look for the moment in the milestone game instead. Looked to set up Wine. Got too much air on the ball. Wilcox affected it well. He's Wined again. Gives a handball off. Looking to burst through. There's Will Verrill out the back. Just sends it on the left boot. Looking to centre. There's a few Hawks jumpers around it. Vermont defenders flew best. Now the footy's there to be won. Nearly was around it. No, Johns gets there. Throws the footy onto his boot and Cal Verrill takes the mid-set mark out the back just to slow things down and will chip one to Nashua Wood.
So they go through Wood, goes out wider. Their transition across ground is fantastic. It's in the hands of Askew. Askew that's Stainthorpe, who's back on the ground. And he gets a pass and finds his teammate in Mav Taylor. He's looking left, got 4, gives it to McDonald. He's got composure. He knows what the game's on the line. Even though they've got an 18-point lead, Rowville don't want to cough up the ball if they can choose not to. Another short pass. Is that within range? I just see the line. It might be just outside kicking distance, but the player will pretend, at least, that he's within range. What do we reckon here?
I think he's an opportunity to kick the goal. I reckon Vermont really missed James Ross in that back 6 today. He would probably have had the job on Taylor. I'm not saying that he would have been able to stop Taylor from kicking his 4 goals, but he's been a big loss for them.
So Gamel's done well at half back. Now he's drifted forward to take that kick from 50. Loads it up. Distance wasn't a worry. The wind was always going to push it off. Is that a mark on the line? Not paid to the Hawks. Buxton's having trouble conceding for a point, and he laughs at himself as Colclough comes in late to make sure of it. Now the kick out goes and finds a teammate, and they're off with Drew Grimster.
And they'll just look to take territory with this kick. 2v2 under it, arm move, flew. G just managed to palm it off to Barlow, who got wrapped up in the tackle instantly. Rowville will take the advantage. They'll link up through handball. Gamble copped one. Now it's Stainthorpe, overran the footy. Putting his head over here with Schruck, who's wrapped up immediately in the tackle. Grimster just letting him know about it a bit there. On true centre wing, territory out of here is crucial in this 21-point game. Buxton looked to grab it out the ruck, but just dropped the footy. Couple bodies around it. Edwards was nutmegged by his own ruckman as he pulled it out. Buxton went looking for it between his feet, couldn't quite get it. Edwards, here's Stapleton. Stapleton on the left boot, puts it out in front of the runner in Seth McDonald. McDonald can turn and go. He's got Davey in the pocket if he can get it to him. He needs to put the kick over the back. He's underweighted it. He didn't put anywhere near enough on it. Intercept mark taken, and the Eagles will slingshot quickly. Oh, and there's the one-handed grab from Liam Coughlin. He looked like OBJ out there. Davey now looked to put it in front of his teammate, couldn't quite get it to him. Harry Isaacs takes the intercept grab and slows it down for the meantime, and then says, no, forget about that, Chris, I'm going to go quick. Laces out Mitch Gamble. Mitch Gamble now, they're not wearing the same jumper. You have seen that correctly. Gamble for the brown and gold will send it inside the forward pocket. Couple leaders. Taylor was there. Isaacs gets a big right fist to it. Duffy's around the footy now, still a lot of body. Stapleton flicks a handball out backwards, shot a goal, not quite from McDonald. And now we're just going to have Jonty Duffy ripped up in a tackle.
Have a breath, Chris.
So the footy will stay just inside the forward 50 here for Rowville. They're looking to bring it out through Grimster, couldn't quite do it himself. Around it to McDonald. Appeals for a high free kick, won't be paid as Josh Spence, it's Lachlan Dixon actually there, turns tackler.
Yeah, the umpires
call for the ball.
The umpires have put the whistle away here a bit.
It was almost like the tackle took him into the ball, but then moving him in now, back of the pack. Vermont have got it in hand. Short pass finds, looks like Smith on outer side. Inboard pass. Wilson was underneath it. Falls to Coughlin because he couldn't take the mark. Wilson gets it off. Colclough gets it to the forward line, push off. Vermont in defence, hold up. So now they're going to share it. Wilcox gets the kick. He goes down the line, but again he doesn't pinpoint the pass just when they had some runners. And Burke close to it as it goes out of bounds off half back.
This has got all the hallmarks for Vermont of the game they played against Doncaster East 2 weeks ago. They gave Doncaster East a head start and they won the last 3 quarters, but the score was just too insurmountable for them to get it back.
Blake Tennant, what do you got it for us?
Stainthorpe back on the ground as well.
Yeah, called him before, nearly didn't, but called him before. Thanks, mate. But I appreciate that. He's
Love your work, Blake.
Yep. It's doing a fine job, actually, the 2 boundary riders today. Great contributions. But the ball hasn't moved too much from the boundaries, if you're wondering, so there's nothing to illuminate you with. Hand pass was flighted out wide. Coughlin stands up in a few tackles. Colclough gets the kick quickly, but it's in defence. Smith trying to share it out. Oppie, hand pass over the top, and it's intercepted by Taylor, who takes a long time to get out of the wing tackle, and the kick wasn't marked by Isaacs. And the ground level, Vermont might spoon it out. Wilson was taking on the tackler, and he'll go for a touch here, and it's at ground level. It's almost like rugby league where they take on the tackle, go to ground.
Archie Stainthorpe might have pinged a string just here after that challenge or that contest.
Did you hear it? No good. It's a free kick to Dunn. Dunn will take the free kick from the run contest. Goes out wide. Oppie's there on the receive. Middle of the ground. Has time to look forward. Goes down to the left flank. Amu gets underneath it again. Not with sure hands, unfortunately, for Vermont, but at ground level. The ball's they're trying to spin it forward, Vermont, but the tackle applied by Gamble is strong.
Amu's had so many almost opportunities, and it's almost been the ball's too high, and he's almost got it, or he's had 2 players on him, so he's almost got it. Very unlucky.
Like to see more strength in his grip as well when he goes for the marks. Not grasping it, nearly wanted to claim the mark, but knew he had to play on, so he pushes through, gets it off to Spencer. Spencer wheels on the left, here's a whistle, and it's going after the...
Going to go back to him?
Kick, and it's going downfield because the umpire's pointing towards the goals, and Spencer being taken out as he wheeled to the left after he was in the middle of the pack, then had a shot at goal.
No, it's just going back to him.
Well, there's a lot of waving, so I'm not sure what's going on here. But they're not saying goodbye to the ball yet, Vermont.
So what's going to happen here, umpire?
He gets a shot.
He gets a shot, but from 50. So it wasn't after the kick. You wonder how he kicked it, then got hurt. That's all I'll say.
He seemed clear, didn't he?
Yeah. I don't know. The succession of play seems like maybe the free kick should have been taken.
It was spotted downfield, wasn't it?
I thought it was.
I thought it was too.
So downfield before it got to Spencer.
No, well, downfield 10 metres out. But
yeah, I wasn't going to say
I've got no idea. I just presumed that it was just a downfield free kick.
Don't worry about it, Blake.
It is what
he
it is.
Deserves the free kick. Spencer left foot up from 50. He goes the journey but kicks it out on the full.
And was talking about it all that time.
And the Vermont coach, he does this gesture of his head exploding. So I don't know what he's thinking, but it's intriguing.
He's probably thinking you shouldn't have missed that shot. That's probably what he's thinking.
Many angry emojis.
So the score remains the same as it was a moment ago. Rowville 87 leading Vermont 66.
Kicking will come from Nash Wood. Finds Seth McDonald. He's been good on this near side wing recently, Seth McDonald. So just assess his options. This time just look to take territory. There's a couple under it. Taylor will go against Wilcox. Wilcox gets 2 hands to it again. Can't quite grab it. Will Verrill looked to skip past the few and get a handball off, but it was blockaded in. Couple different tacklers there. There's Dixon, who's come to life in this second half of this fixture.
Actually, you had a good game, I think, Dixon.
I was going to say Verrill. Verrill's had a good game too.
Yes, he has.
Attack on the ball.
And it went through the hands of Coughlin. Matt Davey turns tackler. Coughlin looks to make up for his mistake. Umpire will call for the ball. Just about 60 metres out. From the upright to Showmakers wins the hit out. Brullock's hit Dunn's feet, and now Dunn turns tackler. Footy's ended up in Grimster's hand. Play on called. Umpire will have it.
I think Vermont will also be encouraged by the form of Kalkowski shown today. He's been out of the side. He's had injuries over the last 2 years. I think he's starting to work his way back into some nice form.
So the umpire will call for it again. We're not moving at the moment. Dunn wins this hit out. It goes to Brolick, who's out the back of that stoppage, though. Edwards looked to fend off Dixon. Couldn't quite do it himself. Tackle now. Dixon might be cramping a touch, but he's right next to the interchange bench, which is good news for him.
Well, both sides, for mine, it look like they're absolutely both out on their feet here.
Oscar Dunn doing really good body work in there in the ruck contest as they couldn't quite take it cleanly. Davey went over the top. Farrell tackles Grimstar.
Geez, Grims is tough.
Oh yes. Yeah. Look, they've got some good, tough, up and coming players. Vermont. They're just not mature enough yet.
So he's done. Showmakers takes back position. Looked to grab it. Dropped it though. Handball flicked out from Spencer. Intercepted by Stapleton. Looks to lace out Mav Taylor. Did he put too much on it? No. Taylor. Mark. Play on. He's left him in the dust. Taylor for 25 out.
See you later.
And he's kicked it.
That's it.
That might be all she wrote as Mav Taylor kicks number 5 and may have kicked the 4 premiership points into the pocket of the Rowville Hawks.
Yeah, all the Vermont players they pushed too far forward and they got hit on the turnover again, James.
Bit of a brain fade from Harry Isaacs as well. He's been so pivotal in this Vermont defence all season. Just a bit of a slip up there and it's cost him dearly, and I think that might be the final nail in the coffin for the game, and I reckon Rowville at home.
And he's coming off injured too, Isaacs.
Yeah,
he's holding his fingers by the looks of it.
He had a few of those injuries back when he played in Div 2 with the Heathland Footy Club, and unfortunately that might be another one.
Yeah, I think the Vermont, that's the hard part about chasing margins is your tyre. You can't just keep up this surge of trying to take on the game and chase down. It's a tiring effort, and Rowville have just known, hey, we can play tempo at times and we'll just score when we can.
Yeah,
and that'll hold them off.
And that's the Rowville game, the tempo side of things, the ability to switch from tempo to a more attacking style of football.
Here they've got Wind. When you got Wind, practically the difference. When he kicks goal number 5, the free kick in the middle, long ball in. Wind is probably, as it looks, the only one who reads the flight of it, and he just jumps when he needs to get at the highest point and take the mark.
You got, like I said, the 2 key forwards, Wind and Mav Taylor, 5 each.
Well, Mav Taylor's the magic. Wind is the technician. Takes the mark, and he'll kick the goal. I estimate he will. He puts it to the right post, and it never bends back for him. So it's a minor score. He's kicked 4 goals. Rowville move on to 14-10-94. They've taken the heat out of this game successfully. Vermont 9-12-66. It's a 28-point margin.
The Eagles looking to bring it back in. They want a chance in this game as we're just about entering time on. They need to do it now, but Showmax will take the mark. And if the rest of this game tells me anything, yep, there it is. The quick handball off to Stainthorpe. Laces out Edwards. Wouldn't be shocked if by the time the Premier Data stats come out, he's had about 40 himself. Edwards just assessing his options. We just pump one long into the pocket. There's a flyer there. Seth McDonald got 2 hands to it. Couldn't quite take it cleanly. Cole Cloyd gets a handball out. Here's the shot at goal. It will drop short. Oh, and it's come off the shin. That's going to be out of bounds on the full on Grimstar. Very unfortunate, but it is there.
Oh, it is what it is.
Just another game of football, isn't it, Brash?
Well, that's right.
So Wind will kick from the boundary. From about 25 out. And will take his time looking for number 5 for today. He bends it, will just fall short. Footy stays in play for now though. Socket off the ground, picked up by Kane Oppie. Oppie evades one, gets off to Buxton. One further backwards there to Smith. Smith looks down the line, gets it back to Oppie. Oppie on the left boot. Didn't hit the kick quite as well as he liked. Matt Davey kicks and misses just to the point post.
It's almost like him that both ruckmen don't like to kick the football, do they?
Well, we were discussing yesterday in the Montrose game, especially with the big O, like McInerney not wanting to do that. And I found that when I teach my players, the rucks always struggle the most because it's such a big distance and there's so much more room for error.
McCluskey kicked it out. Eventually it gets to half forward where Farrell.
I don't care. I want them to kick the bloody football, not handball it.
It's called playing a team role, Brash.
Ball up at centre forward. The Hawks just holding sway now. There's a succession of ball ups at half forward.
You try being 2 metres tall and then trying to drop the ball and have it go nice and straight onto your toe. Very hard for short people to do it too.
Out of the pack. Hawks trying to get it through Coughlin. He takes on the tackler, spoons up a hand pass. Brolick runs onto it, gives it off to his teammate in Edwards. Bounce of the ball gets to Taylor. He can't spin out of a tackle. Well grasped by Askew, going nowhere. He's learned his lesson from earlier. Don't let him out of your sight or out of your grasp because you're in trouble. But Mav Taylor couldn't pounce for another goal. Edwards at ground level roves the attack, but has been taken down in a tackle, and it's a ball up. Boundary side, 50 metres out from Rowville's goals.
Rucks will go out up. Buxton wins this one. Over the head, backwards handball from Dixon as Stapleton turns tackler. Umpires will call for it. True centre half wing on the far side here. Showmaker's bumped out of the ruck, still got a hit out, but Buxton will rove it now. There's Coughlin, got to it first. Edwards flicks out a handball. He's been absolutely terrific. Nashua Wood's going to get out the back of this pack if it gets there. And there he is. Wood in the fluoro red boots. Hands it off to Wind. Wind one further to Duffy. Duffy through the big sticks. Rowville are home. +4. Thank you very much.
And this is what happens when you've tried so hard to get back into the contest, and as soon as you run out of petrol tickets, Chris, all of a sudden that margin, especially in the time on break, it blows out, and probably at times doesn't really give a true reflection of, how close the contest could have been.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And interestingly enough, when we look at the round 3 stats last time these two sides met, Tyler Edwards had 40 touches and 15 clearances. You'd probably say he's done that again. And Mav Taylor had 5 goals in that one, and he's done that again today. So maybe not able to implement the game plan they wanted to today, Vermont.
In saying that, had Vermont had been a little bit more accurate, it would be a completely different game.
The matchups have gone the way with the Talls doing well for the Hawks, front and back. They get it out of the middle. Verrill gets it long out wide, and the mark's been taken. And just like he's trying to run for some supporter feedback, it was successfully done there.
I don't know if that's
by Stapleton.
was his dad or not, but it gave him a hug.
Stapleton gets it in, and no mark taken by the Hawks. Pack of players formed on it, but Grimston picks it off. He goes across, which is always dangerous when you go across goals and you don't hit a target. Ground level, couldn't get it going, Wood. And it's now in the hands of Duffy, who takes on the tackler and rides himself to the ground. And it'll be a ball up 20 metres from goals for Rowville. Rucks go at it again. Wine did the ruck work, but unsuccessfully beaten by his opponent. And Buxton saw eventually Spencer gets the kick out from the back pocket. Marked by Dunn. Dunn, quick to run on, kicks it as far as he wants. But the bounce of the ball, there's only one man there. And it's in the hands of Martingale for Rowville. So the counter-attack will start from centre-half back. Wood to Brolick, across field. And now it's in the hands of Verrill. Cal Verrill goes short again, out wide. Finds his teammate in Stainthorpe, who looked, after his indiscretion, looks to redeem himself with a bit of possession. Short pass to Verrill. Now go backwards. And Martingale, it's like he's the only man who knows where Vermont's forward line is, because he's all alone there. And it's a long ball now from that transition, and they mark again with Davey. Davey at half forward, short pass, another mark. Well, the stats are racking up as Tulloch takes it. Hand passes it on the top. He breaks up the kick mark possessions. Now the long ball goes in. Fist comes in from Vermont. They're tired. A lot of energy put through the second and third term, but now they do clear. Numbers will be with Rowville, but Burke picks it up off the deck. Does it nicely, kicks it along as possible. Now there's some numbers for Vermont in the forward line. Push off, free kick will go against Vermont's player there in Dunn.
I don't know, but he didn't push him.
Well, he fell into it.
Yeah, exactly. Rowville player pushed him, and he fell into the Rowville player.
So here's Edwards, who just chip it and switch it to Coughlin. Was asking a lot of him in the end as Smith set upon him and will now turn tackler. Brolick's there to help his teammate out. Slices a kick to the wing. Mark almost taken by Calvero. Couldn't quite do it as Oppie picks it up now and he's wrapped up. Now behind play, Mitch Ruck's making his way off, or he might stay on. He's been cramping for about the last 90 seconds there, Mitch Ruck. So play continues on the far side wing here as they're wheeling away of Vermont. kick picks out Coughlin. Couldn't quite take it himself. Nearly is there. Coughlin just looks to lock the ball in by keeping it in between his feet and then his hands. Anything he can do, and we'll go boundary side to James. Or not, as we're going to stay here with me for now, as the Rucks will get ready to go at it again. Media manager Ryan Long picked a hell of a time to distract him there as Johns is there. Couldn't quite get the footy himself. Kick goes at goal off the hand of Martingale. Here's Edwards, and that is the final siren, and it is Rowville sticking true to their first quarter performance and running over the top of Vermont in the end. Rowville 15-11, 101. Defeats Vermont 9-12-66. It is a 45-point win for the Hawks to take themselves 4 points clear of third and cement themselves in second spot. We'll take you through the goal kickers for today. It was a Mav Taylor, absolutely amazing with the 5 himself, kicked the bag. Lachlan Wine, not short behind either, with 4 goals. And then we also had 2 to Nash Wood in the first half, and singles to Seth McDonald, Mitch Schruck, Jonty Duffy, and Anthony Brolick. And on the other side of things from Vermont, we had doubles to Noah Burke and Adrian Kalkowski, and they were accompanied by singles from Lachlan Dixon, Kai Barlow, Lachlan Jenkins, Cooper Leon, and Callum Smith as well. We are going to have a short break, I believe, or we might just stay here until we get one of our boundary riders to go out and have a quick word with some of the players out there from Rowville. But for the meantime, Gav and Brush, what do we think of this game? You know, we have to start thinking about votes soon enough, but in terms of the game as a whole and technically how it panned out, what do you think of it?
Well, look, the game basically, Rowville set the game up in the first quarter, 8-1. You know, basically, and Vermont once again were chasing tail for the rest of the afternoon. However, they didn't chuck the towel in, but at the end, when you don't have 2 key forwards that you can direct the ball through to kick your scores, unfortunately, at the moment with Wiedemann out, Vermont don't have a recognised forward, and they've got to play a different game style where they've got to run and share and care with the football and try and create opportunities with a running type of play. Now, that expounds a lot of energy, and you've really got to hit your targets if you're going to play that type of game. And unfortunately, there was just too much pressure that Rowville exerted, and that was just enough for them to get the game on their terms. But they were much better their midfield was much stronger, and they just moved the ball just a little bit better.
And we're going to go on field with Blake and James, who have Lachlan Wine with him.
So, Lockie, how do you feel like you went today?
Yeah, as a team, I thought we started off real hot, but we always knew that the Vermont are a real quality side, so they're going well at the moment. So we knew that they were going to come back hard, which they did. So it was just, at the end of the day, we just had to keep going and run at the end and go through.
Do you reckon this will set up possibly a push to knock off the Roos on top spot?
They're a bloody good side, and especially when Stephen May's playing, they're probably the best at the moment, the benchmark. So, look, we're in good form. We've got a few on the trot now, so when we do come against them, it should be a good game.
You're in good form as well, mate. Is he at the top yet? If you be bloody close, do you reckon you're pushing for a Coleman, maybe?
Oh, I don't know about that, mate. I think Jackie gets another 6 or 7 the weekend.
Have a bit of confidence, come
on. I've got to keep a few bags in the next 6 games, but no, I'm just trying to do my best for the team, and I'm just lucky the last few weeks to get on the end of a few.
Spoken like a true team man.
That's a great mentality, mate. We'll help on the Davey now. Thank you for that.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Just down here with the milestone man, Matt Davey. Matt, congratulations. 250 games at the One Club too, which is a tremendous achievement. Got the win today. Hawks are playing some good footy. Must be happy about that.
Yeah, we're playing pretty well, mate. Second on the ladder, so just got to keep going, mate. Yeah, can't complain, buddy.
And you've been here for the highs and lows, a 2-time premiership player at Rowville too. And, you know, you've had a really big stand on this footy club. I look through the 4 walls at this club, and the number one thing that comes to mind is Matt Davey. So what does this footy club mean to you to play 250 games at the One Club?
Yeah, mate, I'm a Rowville nuffy. Started my career here 2010. Obviously, the 2012 flag to get us up in the top grade was huge. I just love the club now, and now I'm at the age where I'm playing with. I'm actually a primary school PE teacher in the local area. I shared the field with 3 of my former students today. So there's these little things that just keep me going, and so I just love the club. Yeah.
No worries. You got a standing ovation over here. I'll let you enjoy that. Two of the blokes here. Well done on the win today.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
And we see there Matt Davey will make his way through the Guard of Honour. A very touching gesture from both sides. He'll be chaired off by Schoenmakers and Brolick, as both sides can celebrate a champion of not only the club but the division and the competition too.
Tell you what, his father cooks a mean hamburger. I tell you,
Food, mate.
if I was going home every night knowing I was getting a hamburger of that quality on my plate, I'd be in heaven.
That is
Time and place, Brash. Time and place.
That said, Brash, having one of them every night, I think you wouldn't last too long.
So good.
I'd probably balloon out to an elephant, wouldn't I?
So well done to Blake.
Probably already halfway there now.
Well done to Blake and James out there on our boundary. We'll get them back in the van shortly after and we'll get our tips going. But for now, looking forward to the next 3 for each side and we'll run through them. Rowville going to the next 3 games. South Belgrave away, Blackburn away, East Ringwood at home. Are we penciling that down as maybe 1 and 2, 2 and 1? How are we seeing that run, Brash?
Is that Rowville?
Yep, so Rowville, South Belgrave away.
Win.
Blackburn away.
Win.
East Ringwood home.
Win.
Win. 3-0.
Yep.
Oh,
Very good. And what do you reckon? What do you reckon?
You know, I'm just going to follow in the confidence of Brash. Win, win, win. Let's go.
3-0. Gee, okay, all right. And then we're going to look over to Vermont now. Let's go. Brash, I'll start with you. Baldwin at home.
Win.
Noble Park at home.
Win.
South Belgrave at home.
Win.
Any objections?
What was the first one?
Baldwin at home.
You know, I'm going to back Baldwin.
Oh, okay.
Trust you.
What is
So
this?
2 and 1.
Nah.
Hang on.
Wait. Brash is giving me crap. That's not fair. That doesn't. Whatever.
But
Don't even care.
what is Baldwin's percentage?
81.26.
Nah.
Righto. So that is, of course, 3 home games. Vermont's run home. They only have 1 away game after this one. So.
Well, they are. Look, Vermont beat Baldwin at Baldwin early in the season. I think they still showed enough today that they're going to be competitive.
James Ross back hopefully as well.
Yeah, and Wiedemann to come back into the side. So they've got a few to come back. And, you know, look, that 5th spot is still right up for grabs. You know, I think there's still 3 sides fighting for that 5th spot. I just think for those sides that are around the 4th, 5th and 6th mark, the top 3's out of bounds, I reckon. They're playing for 4th spot.
Yeah, it's that locked away essentially with East Ringwood and Doncaster East and of course Rowville as well. I see Josh Ward's on the wireless as well. Josh, a bit of a step back for you today, a bit of an outside perspective, but from what you saw of the game, what did you think?
I thought, I mentioned it at half time, Rowville's ball movement inside forward 50 was simply magnificent. We saw it. We saw East Ringwood, the way they moved the ball against Blackburn, and Rowville were pretty much similar, and they were able to impact the scoreboard and were very efficient in that first half. Obviously dropped off a little bit. And credit to Vermont for finding a way back into the contest as well. I thought they did lift in that particular area of the ground and were able to get on top through the guys like Lachlan Dixon, Callum Smith, who's an exceptional talent, and defensively Henry Smith was also really good and were able to stack up and restrict Rowville for a bit before they started to run over the top, and I think it was expected. Let's be honest, they always run over the top of sides, as Ray Baird says, and as was evidenced today. Their ability to finish games off strongly, and that's only going to hold them in good stead.
That was what I was going to ask Em. I mean, obviously, Em, where you are, with your football nous, where do you think, when you see the way that Rowville run out the game, right, that really does, I know it doesn't look like it's important now, but when we come to the finals, you actually want to see your side running the games out throughout the season so that you know that there's still plenty left in the tank, especially when it comes down to the bigger finals.
So the thing that Rowville did really well was the tempo in between the fast breaks of play. I think what we're seeing across a lot of our divisions, East Ringwood do it really well, North Ringwood do it really well. We even saw it Upper Fetcher Gully in Division 3 do it really well, which is that nice chain hand pass through the middle of the ground, and a lot of that run and carry. It's the quickest and easiest way to move the ball from one end of the ground to the other, and Rowville do that very, very well, and they've got really great skill execution as well. But to sustain that for 4 quarters, as you're saying, Bash, that's the challenge. Rowville are able to go in between those two different phases of play when needed. So if they don't have the space or the capacity to run the ball forward and move it quickly, they can tempo. And that is what's allowing them to play out those games fully, because that's where all the other teams that I've seen, they start to fall short sort of towards that back end of the last quarter.
It's becoming the norm, that sort of handball style, that forward handball. We see it at the AFL level with sides like Sydney and others as well. And you look at Rowville, East, Ringwood, there are some sides that are more than happy to retain possession, like Blackburn, like Berwick when we saw them a couple of weeks ago. But if you have that strong forward handball style, it's only going to hold you in good stead.
Well, the only downside to that forward hand pass game, and we've at Dragons we've looked at a lot of the Sydney way that Sydney moved the ball. It's also the work rate that Sydney have coming back that makes it a lot easier, and it's easy to teach the forward hand pass. It's easy to run and carry, but it's that work rate back to actually get those numbers. And again, if we think about Rowville today, their backline was flooded. They had 5 players on 2 for the most part, so it was really hard for Vermont to be able to bomb the ball in. It's why Vermont were taking shots from further out. They were taking shots from the boundary line, and then really low cost opportunities low percentage opportunities. So that's a win for them as well, looking at where the teams are actually taking shots on goal.
Very good observations there, of course. So we are going to start wrapping up, but before that, we will, of course, if we don't have vouchers to give out for our goal of the day or our best on, but we will still give votes for the best performer of today, and I'll give you all a bit of time to think, so I'll start us off. I've gone 3 votes with Tyler Edwards. I just think he is the premier accumulator in that midfield and was terrific today. I've gone 2 votes to Mav Taylor for his 5-goal effort. I thought it was amazing up front. And then almost unluckily, I've gone Will Verrill with just a 1 vote. It's a little bit harsh by him that he had 2 other players in his team do so well, but he was amazing, not only in nullifying Lockie Johns, but also going the other way with the footy in hand himself.
Yeah, I'll go next.
Well, hang on. Who's actually doing the
I got you. Blakey,
Okay.
put the pen down.
Why do we get Em doing this? Em's always the person that always says this. So, Em, I reckon over to you now.
I haven't been paying attention, so...
No, it doesn't matter. You always say it.
No, I'll do it next time. I'll do the North Ringwood one.
I'm going to go one with Matt. I'm going to go one with Mav Taylor, 5 goals. I thought his contribution throughout the day was exceptional. I'm going to give 2 to Edwards, like you. The accumulator just happened to be in all the right places, runs to the right places, creates space, knows how to hit targets. 2 votes for him, and I think... is it Will Verrell? Yep. I think his job, anytime you can lock Johns down to under 20 possessions and have an influence yourself, I think that's worthy of being a best on-ground performance.
All right. Had a couple of shout-outs to some people that are going to miss votes, Gamble being one of them. We've got Cal Verrill as well. Tulloch I also liked. Askew from Vermont I was a huge fan of, but I'm going to go 3 to win for the... I just really like the way that he moved the ball in the forward line. I like his marking ability. He scored a couple of goals. Rated him very, very highly. 2 to Will Verrill. I had him as 1, but I probably because I didn't want to be biased towards him because he's a player that I've coached before. But I'm going to give him the 2. I really like his work, even just going into the midfield and playing that defensive role and playing the team role.
It was very good.
Really loved it. And then I'm going to give Davey 1 as well. I thought he would stand out.
3 to Matt Davey?
No, sorry, that's a 1. I started with 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I cooked it.
Gav, we'll go to you next.
Well, I like the game of Lachlan Jenkins. 1 vote from Vermont. I think he was immense in getting them back in the game. Mav Taylor was the fire starter, kicked the goals, magic, and I'll give 3 votes to Tyler Edwards.
Josh Ward?
What all's been said.
I'm actually going to give 1 vote to Henry Smith. I thought he performed pretty well defensively. Now, I'm in the absence of James Ross. 2 votes to Tyler Edwards and 3 votes to Mav Taylor.
Very good. Blakey, where are we?
Come on, Blakey.
I'm going to give 1 vote. I thought Lockie Jenkins was Vermont's best player, in my opinion.
Agree.
I'm going to give 2 votes to Will Verrell. When you shut down a player that is Lockie Johns, we all know who he is. A superstar at the competition. Absolutely no impact he had, Lockie Johns. So pretty happy with Will Verrell there. And I'm going to give the 3 votes to Matt Taylor. 5 goals in a game where the game was on the line. I'm going to give that to Matt Taylor.
And finally, James, your votes.
I'm going to shout out Lockie Jenkins and the Eagles, give him one vote. He played phenomenally in a losing side. He was a key piece to that little comeback they had in that third quarter. I'll give 2 votes to Mav Taylor, who played absolutely phenomenally down forward for the Hawks. And then I think the only real option for 3 votes is Wingman Tyler Edwards. He was phenomenal today. You cannot go past him for the 3.
Fantastic. So as we are adding this up, it seems that
out of Edwards and Varel,
a tie. So we have Tyler Edwards and Mav Taylor on 13 votes.
Who got the most threes, Chris?
They both had 2.
Well, I just overheard Spider say that Taylor was the best player on the ground.
So we'll give it to Mav Taylor.
Well, maybe we should go to our illustrious leader, who he thought best on ground was. Come on, Ryan.
Was he actually watching the game?
I probably wasn't watching enough to. I'll give mine to Mav Taylor for kicking 5.
All right, so we'll give it to Mav Taylor, and we'll start wrapping up now as Ryan Long looks just about ready to call it. So Gav, alongside me, thank you very much for this call. Excellent stuff from you.
Great being with you, Chris.
Excellent. And the 2 in the specials, Chair, Brash and M, fantastic as always.
Thank you very much.
2 on the boundary, Blake, but also James, terrific debut.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate special mention to James. Thought he did a terrific job, and hopefully can come to a few more games. So, very good.
And Josh Ward, of course, and Spider flying around wherever they may be. Well done.
Thanks, Chris. Great stuff from you as well, mate.
Thank you very much. We're going to leave it there. Thank you for joining us today on this Sunday afternoon. In the end, it was Rowville running out winners over Vermont, 15-11-101 to 9-12-66.